Especially with the minutes, just note to every, right, he knows this by now, like, don't tell me at the 11th hour about the minutes, okay? Something minor like what you told me about a date, that's not that, like, don't tell me to change something like that, because I'll go ballistic.
Much sooner than. Sometimes I look on the computer, I don't catch it until I get it in a hard copy, and then I'm like, oh.
I know. No, because those take me a long time as it is, so.
Hopefully each week, each meeting will give us months.
This doesn't help though, kind of like, you don't have to be like quite as detailed as I am, but
When you are.
That's always been my downfall. You're too detailed, okay?
Are you a Virgo?
No, actually, I'm an Aries.
Where'd you get back? Oh, wow. How was everything? Good?
What? Yeah.
Nice.
Good.
Hopefully your weather, well, we didn't have too bad of weather, but.
For the last 2 days.
Yeah, not too good.
My goodness, did you see that hail yesterday?
Tornadoes in a couple places.
Yeah.
And I think we got some this afternoon too. I was like,
That's crazy, yeah. That was weird weather.
Yeah, for this time of year to see that thunder crack was like.
yeah, it was a little scary.
Yeah.
I didn't like that. Neither did my dogs for that matter.
Unexpected too. Made it.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Scary. Okay.
Oh, that's you. I'm like, who is that?
Could run this out to Bradley Group Project, do the meeting out of there with the
Well,
catch wire.
that'd be fun.
Cord might be long enough.
Oh, see you. Yeah.
Hey, John.
Good. Yeah, in 4 minutes. Unless anybody got a memo. Yeah. Oh, I have so much, yeah.
Oh. very good. So that was- you made the check to the American part for the- Then there's-
No.
First time of the fall. We would shoot a website. So I suppose. I'll text it to you, but we just have it, so.
How are you? What's going on?
And I noticed there was very go back, and remember, for example, tourism has, what's your name? Had yeah, that's what, yeah.
I don't know that for certain yet, so.
Well, no, she told me. that.
Oh,
I
okay,
sent it in
yeah.
an email.
Mhm.
Okay, let's see. What was it? I was still remembered for the things,
Mhm.
So those types of things. Who do I send it to?
You could, maybe I can send it to you, I can forward it to you for the recording. Yeah. As long as I'm not like crazy work.
I don't know.
Oh, gosh, no. That's my joke to everybody. Don't make me crazy. You know, I didn't thought about it that way, thank you. You go to the center for school, I don't know, dance chart. Hi, how are you? These are for Greg. This. Okay, this I got on the email. Resident, the residents and questions, I just. Whether you wanna. I don't know. Okay, I mean, that's one of the. So you're gonna read this or? I can if you want me to, but I mean, I don't know if you're gonna be able to answer that or. Okay, all right, you want me to read my couple comments? Yeah, I mean, that's what it would be. Okay, so right. Well, hold on, but then there's something else in there for Greg, let me just. Take a look at it, something that's on the next agenda. I just don't know where to put it, and I don't know if it's gonna need a resolution, because if it does, I need help. You have it in that packet? I believe it was also emailed to him too, but.
Is architect, I know he's up first. I'm sorry, is the architect, he's up first? Oops, so. I'll ask him, if she's supposed to be here too. Yeah, it's what the county, Erica. So
No, I haven't heard from, I only got one email this morning, but it wasn't anything regarding the council meeting.
Yeah.
What? You want, I got this bowl, you want that?
I brought everything,
Oh,
but I
okay,
just
sorry.
usually bring it up.
I think it's for her lab. Yeah. What's other things, I think. Okay.
I know that's not.
Yeah, I brought some too. I have seven colleagues working fast, but I'm. Oh, I like these. See, I'm doing my civic thing here. Okay, so it's here. So short.
It's lots in there.
Sure.
He's in traffic, but.
You can always start with lockers. You know,
Christina just came in.
oh, okay, so not right.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I was like, two name tag, I didn't know. Who's the other name tag?
Kim.
Oh, Kim, oh, okay,
She's here.
that makes sense, okay.
Yeah, she should be here.
Oh, okay.
That?
Hit the window,
Yeah, this is fine.
yeah, so we have it.
So we're starting with. Really didn't,
Yes,
like,
yes, we
why
do.
sometimes 6, why sometimes 6:30, you haven't really. You gotta figure that out, like, I'm looking at it.
Well, I did last meeting. I don't know if you heard me announce it at the
I
end,
hear you, but I don't know why we're changing the times.
because Sid and Brino was, they could only make it at 6 o'clock. They couldn't come any later than that, so that's why we did that.
Apparently.
And then we'll have a few more with the budget introduction and the workshop and stuff, because we changed the dates around. That's gonna have to. Things change.
Ready to start with something else? Chapter 5. Start on the bottom. Yep.
Yeah, Meredith said she'll be here. So that's good. You can put 5 minutes. Eric, next time.
Actually, I gotta print out the one on color.
You do that when we start. You do that when we start. You just start with,
Yeah.
No, go ahead and do that. and we'll
But
start.
yes, okay.
Yeah. You don't know where Kevin, is Kevin close or far? Or, you know?
I don't remember if I spoke to him before you or me, but he was getting Asbury, so,
Pretty close.
yeah, there's traffic, I don't know what's going on.
All right, when Erica comes back out, maybe we'll start doing each lockers, because that shouldn't take much time.
We don't have to wait for Meredith. Where's Meredith?
No, wait.
What?
Plenty of people.
You want me to go grab that now?
Yeah.
And you can, yeah. Thanks.
want to start. First. We're gonna start, folks. Reorder the agenda a little bit. One of our council people is just a few minutes late. We think they're on the way. Let's just start. Pledge allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag.
And to the republic, for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I wish to announce that the 48-hour notice as required under the Open Public Meetings Act was emailed to the Asbury Park Press, the Co-Star, and the New Coaster on December the 13th of 2022. That a copy has been placed in the bulletin board and that a copy has been filed with the Borough Clerk. Mr. Marco? Not present yet. Mr. Noble?
Here.
Mr. Gubatose?
Here.
Mr. Weber?
Here.
Mayor Fox?
Here. Okay, good evening, everybody. I want to acknowledge Ash Wednesday. I've seen a few people around today with made it to the church. Didn't make it myself, but I hope you all had a good Ash Wednesday. I just will continue to mention that the council decided in January to start each message trying to emphasize a new day, and I'll just hit a couple of those principles or bullets. That although we should welcome disagreement because it helped us think through things from different perspectives, our voice should be constructive ones. We agree to follow a new journey to a brighter Bradley Beach and ask you to join us in that new vision and rules of engagement, and ask everyone to gauge their tone going forward. We're all neighbors. And I know some of those rules we stretched a little bit in the last meeting. Hopefully we'll do better tonight. With that, again, thanks for coming tonight. I've been out of town a little bit, but in touch. I want to thank Councilwoman DeMarco, Council President DeMarco. There she is. Thank you, Council President DeMarco. We just started. Take your time. And Erica for kind of covering me on the February 8th meeting. I was thinking it was the Wi-Fi here, but it was actually the Wi-Fi in the place that I was in because it crashed and burned the next day. Welcome to our fourth meeting of the year. We have a number of topics to cover. I want to welcome back our BA, Kim Humphrey, who's returned to us weeks ago. Has some great things since she's returned to cover for us. She'll provide an update on some key projects later on in the meeting, I am sure. We have a few important workshop topics tonight. No introductions or ordinances or adoption. I mean, no ordinance introductions or adoptions. Hopefully we'll have the short-term rental ordinance ready for March 8th. A couple of council people, Councilman Gubatose, Councilwoman Councilwoman the Noble. I get my D's messed up there. I've been working with Paul Murphy, and I think Kim's going to join them with some inputs, and hopefully we'll have that coming up here in the next meeting. Kevin Settembrino, who I see just came in the back door. He's going to cover two important topics for us: the Biasi roof repair that's generated a lot of varied conversation over the last couple of meetings. And then also an update, time permitting, of the North Yard building update that we started working on probably mid last year. So with that, I'll introduce Kevin. And Kevin, if you want to come on up.
That was good timing there, right?
Yeah, it was, yes.
You have 2 minutes to set up the easels that are right.
Yeah. Do you need an easel? Or-
No, I have it there.
Okay. If you have an electronic copy, we can go electronic if you want.
I don't. at the moment.
Okay, that's
You know
fine.
what, if he, I think it's just. Set that up maybe in front of here, it'll show
I put it in front of my,
over there. Okay.
I would
That's
suggest.
true, 'cause when you talk, the owl,
No.
it kind of moves around.
Oh, this is old school tonight.
It's happening to me. Once.
It's over this corner.
I'm thinking over there, but probably got some more space to operate over there.
Yeah, the roof first, we just need one. One, two, one. Yeah. Roof first, Mayor.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a more pressing and important. Right.
I think at the last meeting, we went over some of the roofs, so either I can go through it again at your convenience. Or we can answer questions with regard to the scope of the roof. I think the drawings they were up on the screen last time, but I'm happy to answer your questions again. We're just going through the general scope. I don't want to waste your time, like, let me know what you like.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
General.
General scope, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the last thing you said.
Very good, thank you. We did give you a complete set of construction documents, just fairly quickly, with regard to the project. This is a roof replacement for the entire roof, right? So, when you did see our documents, we have all the photographs of the existing roof on the drawings themselves. The demolition of the roof, will be removing the roof membrane completely, okay? Any of the rooftop units, the rooftop, here and here will stay. There's an exhaust fan here as well, that will be removed and remounted, on a factory fabricated curb. And all the copings will be removed as well around the perimeter of the roof. Okay, so we will remove it down to the plywood roof deck. Brent, I think there's one asking about insulation. So what is the insulation? The insulation right now is underneath the roof. It's bad insulation. It's underneath the roof. We're going to replace it underneath the roof. We don't have the room on top of the roof to add new tapered insulation. So the new roof will be a TPO roof. On top of the existing structure, we will put metal coping around the existing parapet, so the look of the building will not change. We're also taking the storm sewers in the storm line at the back. Right now, they drain to the rear of the building. We're going to take them to a line underground and go out to Main Street. So when those lines drain right now, the street may freeze. So in the winter, so we're going to try to avoid that. We're going to drain it all the way back to Main Street. So we are taking up one line adjacent to the building. That'll get the line back to Main Street. Details that you don't particularly need to see. One thing that we will note, let's get back here for a moment, please. One thing that we will note, this rooftop unit that's there, we took a look at the detail for the support of it. Number one, we're not happy with it. Number two, the structure below that rooftop unit is inadequate. So we actually did have our structural engineer take a look at the span for those the wood joists that are there. So we're actually sistering up some wood joists and adding some additional wood structure to carry that. I'm not comfortable with what I see. So we're revising that as well. We are keeping the higher elevation here for the roof. And then this roof pitches from high here to low here, and it's picked up by what's now a 4-inch gutter. We're changing that to a 6-inch gutter. And then we'll accommodate it with 2 liters. And again, those liters will drain to a storm drain. That'll go right to Main Street. Right now it drains to grade, and again, potentially in the winter, it can freeze after it rains. So this should accommodate any leaks that you have right now on the roof, number one. Number two, we did check with the construction official with regard to the roof insulation. When you're doing new roofs, you're required to have R30. This is a roof will be done under the New Jersey Rehab Code, so you're required to put back the insulation that you took out. Since the insulation here is bad insulation, underneath the roof, we're going to put it back there. Anything that's damaged, we'll put back, so you'll maintain the value of the insulation that you have right now. Right, fairly straightforward project. And we are recommending, we did give you a quote from Provco. Provco can be acquired under the Bergen County Consortium. You can acquire Provco under a state contract, so there's no requirement to go out to bid for the project. We worked with Provco before in projects as little as 10,000 square feet of roof to as much as 280,000 square feet of roof. One summer that we did for a Board of Education, both the middle school and high school. So we worked with this contractor probably over the last 10 years. So that is a recommendation for the roof replacement, fairly straightforward. It changes the type of roof there, maintains the insulation that you have, and makes it leak proof, if you will. One thing to understand is that there will be a 2-year maintenance bond that we will require as well. Contractor will be required to come back, make any changes to the project, and you will get a warranty from the roof manufacturer as well. So the roof manufacturer will provide you a 25-year labor and material warranty. If you have a leak, you call the manufacturer, they will come and fix it at no cost to you. If within the first 2 years there's a leak, you'll call the roofer, the Provco Roofing, they will come and fix it at no cost to you.
The question on insulation, do we know what's there now?
Yeah, it's bad insulation, it's what you find in your house.
That BAT,
BATT.
I think, just so people make sure you're not saying bad insulation.
No, it's, yes, bad. Yes.
That difference and an important.
Yeah, what, and do we anticipate with the water, the leaking we've had, do we anticipate damage of that insulation in those areas?
Yes, there's some insulation that probably is wet, and we take out. Right now, we're calling for the contractor to remove all of the insulation and put back in new insulation. That's part of the base bid, or the base quote.
Okay. That now I'm a little confused. So we're replacing it with new insulation.
Yes,
Okay, got it, okay.
I have an insulation question as well. You said on new buildings, the state requirements to have R30. Do you know what it is in the building now?
it's probably 19. The requirements used to be 19. When this building was constructed, it met all the energy codes at that time. When you do new roofs, you have to do it under the new and current code, again, which requires R30. In order to put R30 in this roof, we would have to raise the parapets, which means we have to come in and add wood, pressure treated 2x6s around the top of the parapet, raise that parapet higher, which I think is money that you really don't need to spend. When we do this project under the New Jersey Rehab Code, we're permitted to maintain the same level of insulation that you have now.
I understand you're permitted, but so you don't think it would be a good idea to meet the current energy efficiency standards?
The answer is you certainly can meet R30. We won't be able to meet it in this space underneath the roof with bad insulation. We'd have to add tapered insulation on top of the roof. Again, that will require us to raise the parapets, and that will cost some additional dollars to achieve that. So I don't know that you're getting any substantive benefit in this size building. When you do that, I think you're spending a little bit more money, and you're not going to be able to get back. You're not going to be able to get back a good ROI on that, right? Based on that spend.
It's the senior center, so I want the seniors to be warm.
Yeah. Now, look at as I said, the insulation at the time met the code when the project was built. As you know, as the codes have moved on, the insulation requirements have increased. Right, so. But the reason why the New Jersey Rehab Code was signed into law was because it became awfully cumbersome to, when you renovate buildings, to renovate them in compliance with the new and current code, right?
Any question? The current roof, I mean, we talked about this being a flat roof, but is there, I thought you said moments ago, there's a slight.
It is sloped, it is substantively sloped.
It is.
It is sloped, this is the high point and this is the low point, it is one pitch, high and low. And it's captured with right now with a 4-inch gutter. We're gonna change it to a 6-inch gutter. I think 4 inches is a little bit inadequate. And then two liters here. And again, those 2 liters slope to drain to grade.
So there's no plan to at all change the slope of it?
No.
Okay. No, that's good to know. On the roof that you would envision, refurbishing. If the borough was interested in adding solar panels, would there be enough strength in the roof itself? Could they be angled in a way that they'd be efficient and effective?
So good question. So predominantly solar panels, and right now we've done about 8 megawatts of solar for school districts that range from Homedale to Absecon to Union Beach. And those were a combination of roof mount and ground mount. But here's the scenario. So whenever you put solar panels on a roof, we looked for a reserve, called the reserve load of 6 pounds a square foot, right? And those that's primarily for some masonry to hold down the rails that hold down the solar panels. But the solar panels typically should face south or due south or as close to due south as possible to be as efficient as possible. You don't have a large enough roof to face them exactly south. So you can achieve it, but again, I don't know that the spend is going to be. I think the spend is going to be a little more costly than your ROI.
You mentioned Pravco and then you worked with it before. One of my concerns, just, I'm not speaking for the entire council, but I was surprised at the price, 163,000 or so. And as far as I know, there was no competitive bidding. That was just that one.
Right, they have to, so they weren't, it wasn't really a bid, they're a contract vendor, they're under state contract, so they bid numbers already to the state of New Jersey and to Bergen County. I believe you're now a member of the Bergen County Consortium to access that. So it is not a bid, they're prescribed numbers per square foot for specific types of roofs and specific, furniture and install products. There was an initial number prior to the revision of drawings that changed that added the structural reinforcement and that added the drain, the subgrade storm drain. And if I recall correctly, that number, it was about 24 and change, about 25. So the variance between that and the 164 was the increase in cost with regard to the structural modifications and the subgrade storm drain that we took from the rear of the building back to Main Street. Okay, so that just shows you what the cost variance was. We were doing a straight up roof replacement, and we left the leaders where they were, still changing the 6-inch gutter and 6-inch leaders, and not doing any of the structural reinforcements. Again, we could have left it. I can't unsee things when I see them, so I have to make that recommendation to make that correct. There was about a $40,000 variance or so, right? So
Yeah.
When we had you on the phone or on Zoom a couple of weeks ago.
I was in the
thank
back
you-
seat of a car.
Thank you for joining us.
Sorry.
But the council reacting for the first time to this opportunity to fix the roof in the way you described it. Our minds raced to were there alternatives we should consider, raising the building completely, building a brand new building, adding a second floor, adding a more slanted roof, things like that. And I know you are really uncomfortable trying to give us any kind of cost estimate at the top of your head.
Still.
But before I even get to costs, or if I do, structurally, could this building handle a different roof? Could this handle a second story? If we were interested in pursuing that.
Right, so those are two questions. The first question, could it handle the second story? The answer is without modifications, no. Typically, these are strip footings, which means it's a continual footing anywhere from 36 to 42 inches below finished grade. Typically, footings are designed for 2 stories. We would have to trench to verify that. I don't know what steel is inside the footing. But typically they're designed for 2 stories. The issue that you have is with regard to the roof, right? With regard to the roof structure. Roof structure is designed to pick up roof load and not floor load. So if you change a roof to a floor, you're predominantly ripping up, and now the roof is sloped as well, right? There's a slope from high to low. So you're predominantly removing the entire roof structure and putting in a new roof structure to accommodate floor load. So that means predominantly you're going from you're changing the structure, and then you have to put a roof on top of that. So it's not as easy as you may think. Can it be done? Yes, it can be done. We can put a superstructure inside of it and ignore the building. I don't know that it would be beneficial on this site for this building. So the second question was with regard to changing the roof slope or putting some type of pitched roof over it, right?
Right.
So you can certainly build with metal framing, which is what we've done before for school districts and you can build a metal framed roof over it and put a metal roof on it. Or put an asphalt shingle roof on it. You can certainly do that. I don't have that cost per square foot. I will tell you the cost to do that, since you're now adding some framing to it, will exceed the cost that you have now. Keep in mind that the numbers that you have are all prevailing wage. You have no effect, that's the only thing that you can do with regard to hiring a contractor as a government entity.
No, understood. And obviously the major question for me at least was, knowing it would exceed this cost, the question was to what degree, and you don't really.
I don't necessarily have that answer for you. One thing to keep in mind is that with an asphalt shingle roof, for example, the warranty is only on product. It's a 35-year warranty product only. When you do a low slope roof, and it's either a TPO roof or a multiply filter roof, the warranty is 25 years labor and material. Okay, so if you have an issue with an asphalt shingle or fiberglass shingle roof, you're getting your warranties on product only. So if the product fails, they'll replace the product, but you gotta go pay a guy to put it back, for the labor. Okay, when this roof, I don't want to say it failed, but if there's an issue, if there's a leak issue, you'll call the manufacturer will come out and make the repair at no cost under the warranty that you purchased. Okay, so you still wind up purchasing that warranty. It's not free. So you have the ability to do that. Asphalt shingle manufacturers will not offer you a labor and material warranty. They'll only offer you a product warranty, material warranty. Okay. Similarly, you can put a metal roof on top of a frame slope roof. That's a 50-year warranty. Okay, it's a 50-year labor and material warranty. So the building that we're doing for the Borough of Highlands has a metal roof on it. It has a 50-year labor material warranty. Okay. So different warranties, but regardless, any structure like gauge framing that you start to build over this will increase that cost. Okay. Roofing on average, multiplied built up roofing and TPO roofing on average is probably about $40 or so, 40 to 45 bucks or so per square foot in place, meaning final product.
I don't know the dimensions of the roof itself, but is there something you can multiply together and say a roof this size, $45 per square foot is?
And the base number was about the 124.
1,000 square feet.
We're at 4150 square feet, right? So to be fair, it would be $124, not 164, because there was other work that was being done. So you're at the 124. Right, that's about 30 bucks at 124, right? At 164, I want to make sure I do that. 124,000. And that was the first number, right? Divided by 4150, about 30 bucks a foot. 164,000 divided by 4150 is about 40 bucks. I'm asking you.
No, I'm trusting you completely, Ed, but that $40 translates to what, $500,000 or how much?
No, I took you have two quotes. One quote was 124,000, right?
$40 being 40,000.
No, that's okay. One quote was 124,000, and the roof area was 4,150 square feet. So I just took 124 divided by 4150. We came out to about $30. And then I took 164,000 divided by 4,150, the area of the roof, came out to about 40, just math.
Okay, and I'm sorry if I'm dense. I'm just trying to understand. I think we were talking about the pitched roof. And
I don't have a number for you.
Oh, okay, I thought you. I'm
No,
sorry.
the numbers that I gave you are just math for the cost, the total cost of the project divided by the area of roof to give you a cost per square foot.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just have a quick question. I mean, 163,000, it sounds like a huge number to me. And I know, like, when I get work done on my house, I always get like a second or third opinion. Do we have to use Prepco? Like, can we advertise for bids?
Yes.
Try and get a lower price?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But the implication of that is,
What happens is, this is a relatively small project. So sometime after the middle of February or so, all the better contractors like Propco will get filled up and they won't bid the project. So as we move on into the end of the first quarter, the end of Q1 and Q2, you will get fewer roofers, less qualified and higher prices. And you wind up having roofers hiring subs because they can't get the job. So
I
the
get it.
answer, right, so
Yeah.
it's a small project, so
Get it, I'm kind of new here,
that's
I
all
just started in January,
right.
but it seems to me, I don't know why it wasn't advertised to begin with then, when we first thought about this idea.
Again, this was my recommendation for the municipality. This is a small project, and again, when I say small project, we have to look at what's happening with the economy, with the roofers here in the state of New Jersey. And how roofers are looking at this size project, okay, so my concern is that you are gonna get even in the beginning of the year, you're gonna get fewer roofers and they're gonna give you higher prices. Because they have to be profitable on this type of roof, and it's just, it's a small project, and we've been using state contract vendors fairly successfully over the past few years. It's pretty atypical, we haven't done that. But we found that some of the smaller projects, we're able to get state contract pricing that is at or slightly lower than some of the bid prices, not to mention the fact that, look, that you're able to secure a good contractor without, without having no bids back. So it's fairly important, in today's low bid environment, right? You get what you get, right? They only need to have their qualifications that we prescribe, plus they have to have the low bid. That doesn't necessarily wind up getting the best contractor or a qualified contractor. So the recommendation that I've made was such that we utilize Propco under state contract through the Bergen County Consortium, and that he's a contractor that I've worked with before. There are a few good roofers in the state of New Jersey. Propco is one of them. If I had some choices, whether it's Stroke or Wright, whether it's USA Roofing, I would select them as well, but they're not available under state contract. So when I have an opportunity for a small project to get a good roofer and he can reserve the time for me, simply at my request, that would be my recommendation. But the answer is you're certainly eligible to go off the bid. You can certainly do that, but keep in mind, escalation, prices escalate at anywhere from about 6 to 8% per year. So every quarter you wait, your spending power goes down based on the price of the product. But I know you know that, right? It's more expensive to build it tomorrow than it is today. Any other questions? I'm waiting for hard questions. Those were easy. Should we open it up to the public?
Before we go to the north yard, we can do a few minutes of public, if the public has any questions.
Thomas J. Cohen, thanks for your presentations.
You're welcome.
I was wondering about the insulation, because the space is limited, can we, get R21 dense pack instead of the R18?
The answer is we can increase the insulation as long as we can fit it. It's just the price increase.
Okay, but it'd be nominal.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, you made an interesting point about metal framing and doing a metal roof. That would be the best way to do it if we wanted a pitched roof, is that what you're saying? So if we look at the incremental increase in that for the 50-year warranty, I mean, it may be beneficial to the residents, once we know what that number is, to get that 25-year benefit in addition to a more aesthetically pleasing building. Is that?
You would have to, it's just simply a matter of calculating the cost per square foot, the increased cost of the project and the return on investment. That's
Great, yeah, and
I just don't have the number.
okay, but it is a possibility if the council did want to go that.
For this building, I don't see why not. We would use the parapet walls and build a framed metal framed roof and put a metal roof pitched roof over it. I'm just saying to you, it is more than the cost that we've described here today. And you have to weigh that against the return on the roof. Again, this roof is 25-year warranty, metal is a 50-year warranty, but you are spending more money for the product and for the labor.
Yes, exactly, but there may be a beneficial.
And there's an ROI for anything that you do, so you can always spend more money and look at the ROI for that. The ROI would be a little bit longer, obviously, based on the increased cost.
Absolutely, yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
Mayor, I just wanted to also make note that the ordinance, it was $200,000 bond ordinance that you bonded for the
And when did we do that?
August of 21,
August of 21.
August or September of
And it was
21.
it was tied into a couple of things we were working on at the time. It was tied into the church, I think, and the remediation and a couple other things. We bonded for that too. Yeah, okay. So we're paying interest on that right now.
Yes, because the decision at the time from the prior CFO was to fully bond the project, not roll it in.
Yes.
It's just been 603rd Avenue. I was over there trying to think of a real tough question for you, because you were looking for it, but I couldn't find one. But you mentioned two areas that increased the cost from the original number. One of them is putting underground the drainage from the roof. I think it's a great idea. The other one was other work, including cisterns and things. I understand what that is. Could you elaborate on the overall project that is in itself?
There are just two components for it. I think you said them quite succinctly. Number one is is taking the storm drains from the rear of the property and putting them underground into one line and sloping it towards the drain in Main Street, so that you don't have a drain to grade in the rear of the property. We'll have ice over.
No, I understand that part.
The other one is
about
the other.
what entails that overall separate, not non-drainage issue with the cistern and the beams, and how many beams are involved? Is there something other than just the cistern?
Or no, so to answer your question with regard to the. So with regard to the structural reinforcement, this rooftop unit here, or RTU, essentially there are wood joists below there. I believe there are 2x8s or 2x10s. Those will get cistered. Just the ones around here. Okay. In addition to that, there's a new LVL that will run across to cut the span with regard to those joists. So it's just a local reinforcement.
Those letters you're referring to, what do they mean?
It's the type of beam, it's a wood beam.
Okay, the L's.
LVL, it's a wood beam, it's a laminated wood beam. As
Okay,
opposed to like a
so
steel.
it's just minimal work in that area. It's not a.
It's localized structural reinforcement. The problem becomes, although it seems like a little bit of work, it becomes, it's difficult to get to. It's a little bit of fussy work. Contractors will charge you a little bit more money when it's a little bit more difficult to kind of fussy work. So that's just that. But I said that the structural reinforcement is fairly localized.
One last question. Did I hear you say that because it's a government property that you must use prevailing weather? All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Linda Douglas, 312 Friendly. I'm sorry, I was a little late to your presentation, but thank you.
You're welcome.
I was wondering with the structure of the roof, what are we using for ventilation up there? For vent moisture buildup
For the
for the roof, just like a normal house, you have the vents on the sides.
Yeah.
So air can escape, so moisture doesn't build up. We already have a moisture problem there, and how does this roof work with that?
So the ventilation for the roof is the same as what's there. There's exhaust vents on top of the roof. So we're not adding any ventilation. Any of the exhaust vents are existing. We're going to remove the exhaust vents and they're wired, so there's a motor there.
And also, when the roof is removed and it's sistered, or,
Well, the sistering is just a local joist reinforcement.
well, we don't know exactly how much we're gonna need though, because we don't know how much is rotted, correct?
It's not, has nothing to do with rotting. It has to do with inadequate structure under the rooftop.
But I'm saying there may be rot there, and we could have to replace that and then reinforce it, correct?
You're talking about the
The roof.
joists.
You have a choice, because moisture, batting absorbs water like a cotton ball does. So I'm sure it wicked down to the sides and down to the sides of the building also.
Well, you're talking about a couple different things. Number one, there's bath insulation.
I know what that
below the
is.
roof. If there's bad insulation that is damaged or wet, that'll be removed and replaced.
But on the roof, but we don't know what's down the sides, because you don't know which way to travel to.
Right, the exterior walls are masonry walls, the roof is a wood structure. There is a wood deck here, and although I'd like to purport to have X-ray vision on top of it, so when we pull the roof off, if there's any damage to plywood panels, that the contractor will remove those and replace those. And that will be an additional cost because I can't see them from below and I can't see them from above.
So the initial building is cinder block on the outside, and on the inside is like 2x4s that hold up the sheet.
So it's masonry exterior wall, so it's CMU concrete masonry, and the roof structure is predominantly wood structure with wide flange steel beams that are supporting it from span to span.
Okay, but I'm asking the inside, isn't it sheet rock? I can't remember.
The sheetrock is non-structural, it's just
No, but it entails, there's insulation behind it, I would think.
there maybe, I didn't look.
All right, that's all. Thank you.
That, just, that would not be something that Kevin was looking into. He just did the roof. We would, yeah, so we will have somebody actually taking a look at the insulation in the walls and the sheet.
Because everything is such a snowball sometimes, and you don't want.
We're already in the process.
Okay, thank you.
I think we have one on the Zoom.
One came up.
Yeah. Alan, no.
Yeah, it's an Alan Rappaport.
Someone's gonna have to call on him.
Yep.
Al or Alan?
Yes. Hey, good evening, Alan Rappaport. Alan Rappaport, 512 Newark Avenue. Yeah, I wanted to ask a couple of questions. With the limited amount of insulation space, why would we not think about, or what would we be averse to using spray foam insulation?
On top of the roof?
Underneath, sir. On top, I think you've already demonstrated that there is no space.
Correct. We're not adding insulation to the top of the roof because we would have to increase the height of the parapets. So
You've made that clear. I think we all got that, and I think Mr. Weber also asked the question, and you were clear about that. I'm talking about doing spray foam from underneath the roof, which has minimal space that's required.
Right, we'd have to have access to all the spaces to do that, and you don't have that access right now. So if we have damage or wet roof insulation, we'll replace it as we see it. But I don't have access to all the spaces below the roof. So if it were, what?
I'm sorry, you go ahead. I was being rude.
So if it were a new building, we'd certainly contemplate that to get an R30. If we're a new building, we get an R30 and not an R19. But typically, I won't specify. I'll specify a rigid insulation exterior to the building, a non-permeable. Typically, I have not used spray on foam insulation for projects with government entities.
Okay, but let's remember that this is government. We're not looking at, and I know you do a lot of government things because I've seen your name in county where I was an elected official. However, going to kind of to TJ Cohan's point and to the questions were asked by some of the council members, this is a government building which will never be sold. This is a government building that will have a life of an eternity. So doesn't it behoove all of us sitting in this room and paying taxes to produce or provide the best possible outcome for the next 10, 20, 25, 30 years and do the most we can, considering that we're bonding for this for a period of time, which will be paid over a number of years. And while we're exploring the building and doing renovations, why not just do the right thing, in my opinion, which is rip apart the entire inside of the bottom of the building, see what's there, to this lady's point who was just up there, to see what's wet, because it leaked forever, rip everything out and do the right thing. No one's complaining here about numbers. And I know Mr. Gubitosi was talking about numbers, but I know that he will be convinced once he sees the cost benefit analysis of providing a brand new structure virtually. And to Mr. Weber's point, being a builder, I know that we can do a steel structure around the building, change the floor loads, and build another building on top. The Borough of Bradley Beach does not have any more land. So if we want to expand our facilities, this is a perfect opportunity, in my opinion, again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. I'm gonna shift over to.
One more on the other.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Eileen Shishias, 112 Fourth Avenue. I'm just curious, how long has this roof been leaking?
I don't know.
Okay, because obviously it's been going on for quite a while.
Yes, I can say that. That's correct.
Yeah, and then we put all these office buildings and offices and knowing that we had a leaking roof.
The offices have been there for,
Well, the
And,
DPW, there was a repair done and they thought that they repaired it in 21 and then in 22, it started leaking again, they realized.
Well, I have to say that I somewhat agree with Mr. Rappaport that no Band-Aids on wounds, because anybody who has done any type of construction, you're opening up a Pandora's box. And you're gonna end up spending much more money than you thought because of other things that you're finding. So I'm asking you to please be very cautious with this decision. Thank you.
that's why we brought in some experts.
Julia?
Yes. Last question, Mr. Shamkin.
Julia here? Hello? Hello?
Julie, you have to raise your hand.
No. Where's your hand? Here.
There's another person.
Hi, This
Mr.
is-
Shamkin?
this is Paul Champion 411.5 Lorraine. Let Julia unmute herself and talk. Julia? Well, if, I'll go first then. Yes, as far as the leak has been terrible on and off for at least 5 years that I know of. So
Hello?
at times it's been really quite something. I think having given up on the church, the borough should really think about building the Biasi Center into a true community center. And I second Alan Rappaport's suggestion of really doing a proper job on this building. Tearing it down a bit, putting in steel, going up to a second floor makes a great deal of sense. At least exploring that right now
Yeah.
before pouring money into just repairing the roof, I think makes sense. Thank you.
Chris? Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
Julia. Yes, Julia.
Yes, Julia, I want to talk about the Biasi Center for a minute. I agree with Paul and whomever. I was on the original committee when we were going to do the church thing, and I took myself off of it because I realized the enormity of the costs. And of course, now here we are. And I said at that time, at a meeting, that I think we should make a new community center at the Biasi Center, that land that we own already, and it's old. And I feel strongly that that's what we should consider, because starting to fix things that, forget about it. I mean, I don't have to be a contractor. I know enough about building from being on the board in New York City of my building there. And it's hard to fix old things. Plus, we need it. The seniors don't have a place. They're going over to the banquet hall. I don't have a place really to rehearse. The Historical Society is now non-functional. And I don't get it. Why aren't we considering that? That's a question. Hello?
There's a lot in that question, Julia, and we do want to look at all our assets. But I don't think we're going to solve all the assets and all of our needs in the Biasi Center at this point. So we've got to look at that in more totality, but we also have some pressing repair issues at the same time.
Yeah, I know, but that kind of an expense on a roof like that, it doesn't make any sense. Then if you're going to consider building again, there's a way to temporarily fix that situation. I know there is. And we have to consider the other thing because it's like taking money and just throwing it away. That's my opinion anyway. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, we want to move to the next topic?
Yes, right. Thank you.
Actually, Mr. Sitterbury, one more quick question, just following up on some of the comments made by our residents. We have a resolution on the agenda tonight that, if we consider it, would be asking you, your firm, to provide cost estimates for some of these larger projects. Sure. So I guess two quick questions. One, have you considered what you would charge us for that? There's no mention of a cost for you to do those projected costs.
I haven't. I mean, we just look at the hours that we would do. We give you a price for it, but I haven't put it together.
And to the extent we wanted to evaluate. This is first I'm hearing about the, steel frame on the outside. I did earlier, a month or so ago, ask, could we build a second story? But I wasn't sure about the current structural level. You've said we could, but it costs.
My answer to you is we could. It's a qualified answer because what we would do is we would hire our structural engineer to review the foundations. We would ask that you reveal one of the foundation areas so we can investigate it. And then we can make that determination. Typically, there's no issue doing it, but there are some unknowns here, but given the type of building is, I don't see an issue with it. Again, that's qualified because I haven't investigated it structurally from the foundation point of view.
Again, speaking for myself, but I think some of my colleagues might agree, we're torn.
Yeah.
As of today, we've displaced our employees. We've asked them to move to a new location that didn't have risks for mold and other health issues. We probably, a lot of us feel, I know I feel the way Ms. Rand just described that, this seems like a lot of money. I understand it's valid, but it's a lot of money to put into a relatively small, limited structure. If there was an opportunity to ask you, your firm, to provide us with an option that would say, do what you need to do, evaluate the footings, evaluate a steel frame, the surround, add a second story, add a pitched roof. And I know you haven't come up with a cost for giving it, your cost for giving us those estimates, but how long would it take you to give us a proposal, and how long from the point we hired you, would you be able to come back to us and say, this is what it would look like, and like how much are we delaying?
So it sounds to me what you're looking for is a bit of a feasibility study, meaning if we were to design a pitched roof with light gauge metal framing, what would that cost?
And add a second story.
Right, and we could do multiple options. If you were to build a new building in that spot, what would that cost? If you were to add a second story, what would that cost? So it seems like you're looking for multiple options and costs associated with the options. And frankly, some life cycle spans for those products. So we would be performing a feasibility study for you. We'd take on some consultants like a structural engineer to give you that information, and we give you a fixed fee proposal. Within the next 1 to 2 weeks, I do have to get proposals from my consultants, and we will probably need about a month or so to do that analysis and then come back to you.
So maybe I'm not holding you to this, but roughly 6 weeks time frame, you might be able to come back to us with.
Yes, reasonable, sure.
And then from that point,
And
you
you
guess
get
at Pravco wouldn't just be sitting there waiting for this, so we'd probably have to bid the process again if we wanted to pursue.
no. The answer is if you wait 6 weeks and you want to do this in 6 weeks, not a problem. I have a good relationship with the contractor to hold the time for me.
With Pravco.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, move to the next.
Yeah.
So the audience can see it too.
Sure. Is it, if I kind of,
Yeah.
is that better?
I think that would help, yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so this is this feasibility study or schematic design is for a new public works center in a location of your current public works
We call it the north end.
site.
North side.
On Main Avenue.
Right.
And just to orient everyone, this is Main Street. And the proposed schematic design consists of two buildings. One, the front building, and we're gonna show you the floor plans, we're gonna show you some proposed renderings. And we actually have a 3D printed model for you to pass around. So one building is for some offices and locker rooms, toilet rooms here, and this is about 2,500 square feet. Yeah, about 2,500 square feet. And the other building, of course, is a public works garage building with multiple bays, and I'll show you that in a moment. And that's about 11,000 square feet or so. Okay, both buildings are pole barn type building infrastructures. What does that mean? We've done pole barn buildings. They're wood frame buildings. We completed an $11 million project for the town for Milltown. I'm sorry, for Milltown. One was with their pole barn wood framing buildings. One was a fire department, another one was a public works building, another one was a storage building, another one was a salt shed. They're very efficient buildings, and you get a lot of bang for your buck in terms of the area by the infrastructure. Okay, so we're looking at those types of building infrastructure for these two buildings. So that's to start, right? So if you can see the floor plan, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 bays. It's an 8-bay structure. There's some tool storage there, mechanical office, and there are toilet rooms in here. This structure it has heating and ventilation. There's no air conditioning in the structure. Okay, so this is a wood frame structure. This is about 2,500 square feet. This is your office building. It has director's office, admin assistant, conference rooms, locker rooms, toilet rooms, and an area for the public to come in as well. So these are the floor plans of the building.
I'm just.
That's it.
I'm not interjecting into your presentation.
No, I tell you. So we had, sorry.
No, that's fine.
You want to do one?
No, no,
Okay. So we had the opportunity to kind of put some 3D imagery together. Again, it's fairly early, it's fairly schematic. So this is, we just took the 3D images and we put them onto the aerial that's on the site. So this is the office building that's here. This would have either this roof here is a metal roof, but it can be an asphalt shingle roof as well. Again, it's schematic design. It's fairly early on. This is the main entrance, and it's a one-story building with a gable pitched roof. And then this is the building to the rear where you're going to store the trucks will be the 7-bay building as well. It's both pole barn type structures. So these are some perspectives as you kind of spin around to get a little higher. You see the building here. You'll see all the overhead doors are to the back, so you don't see the overhead doors on the front of the site. And again, you'll see the office building here as well. It has public access from the front and employee ingress and access from the rear. With another perspective, you can see the back building here, with the bays and the office building. A little bit bigger of the office building overhead doors, the rear. We do have. So we did take an opportunity, we do have a 3D printer in our office. So we do know that you have an L-shaped property, right? So this is Maine here. So I'm going to take this and just pass this around, but that's okay. I'm going to go to the governing body. So this kind of eliminates any guesswork as to what you're seeing in terms of height or scale. And we can certainly leave that here at your convenience, right? So you don't have to look at drawings, you have to know about drawings, it's pretty easy to see. So, and we can do that with any model that we have. Right, so it kind of gives you an idea of what that might look like in 3D, a little bit here, what it might look like in 3D, all right? Now, what we haven't done, now we've brought this to a point where we've done a schematic design. We've laid it out on the site. We've done a little bit of a 3D design. Again, it's schematic, so it's our first blush at this, right? It's by no means done, finished, or anything of that nature. What we have not done yet is we have not done a line item estimate yet. So we were at a point now where we've done a schematic design. We want to come back to you. We want to get your comments with regard to modifications, changes, increases, decreases. You like it, you don't like it. I'd like to make those changes, and then I'd like to go to my estimator. We have a line item estimator that was part of the fee. So we haven't done that yet, but we wanted to get your input before we went to them. We'll make those changes. We'll come back to you again. You'll say, I like it, I don't like it. Once you like the schematic design, we're going to go to our estimator. He's going to do a line item estimate for us, and then we're going to give that to you. This way you'll have a program. Right now, we've again generated a program about 2,500 square feet for the office building, about 11,000 square feet for the garage building. We've generated some schematic design, generated a 3D model that will be. Now, what I can tell you is that we are the architects for the borough of Fanwood up in Union County. And the mayor in Fanwood has asked us to design a public works and recycling facility. Similarly, pole barn building. Now keep in mind the unit costs of the first costs are slightly different. They're slightly higher in Union County than they would be here in Monmouth County. But let me give you some, and this is from an estimate that was generated January 25, 2023. Okay, this is for the borough of Fanwood. This is for a similar building, similar structure. Okay, so I'll give you some square foot costs. So the garages in Fanwood, again, pole barn type buildings, about $325 a square foot. Okay, the office building. The office building there was about $550 a square foot. So office buildings, you have heating, ventilation, and air conditioning as opposed to the larger bay buildings that are just heating and ventilation. So there is a site work cost here to keep in mind. We have not done any estimates on site work costs, but chances are if we were to ballpark site work costs, the site work here is no less than 500,000, but probably no more than $1 million. And again, those are rough numbers. It's a fairly flat site, so there are no retaining walls, no substantive site improvements. When I say site work costs, you're gonna pave the site, you're gonna build a base for it. There's some fencing to do, some access gates, things of that nature. So I've never really seen site costs substantively less than 500,000. A dissimilar example, we're the architects for the borough of Highlands. We're finishing up their new municipal building. It's about 15,000 square feet. It's a bifurcated site, so it's got 2 levels. That site cost was a little north of $2 million. So, we've seen site cost ranges from as simple as $500,000 to as expensive as $2 million or so, given similarly sized sites in similar venues, right? Similar areas of the state. So those are some square foot costs from a fairly recent estimate on a similar building that we're doing for another municipal client. All right, so that kind of puts things into perspective here, but we haven't done it for your building. And again, we wanted to get it to a point where we said, here's our initial concept, here's the first blush at it, and then we want your input to make modifications so we can change it and then go back to our estimator.
So to date, and Kim can probably collaborate this a little bit, y'all have met probably a half dozen times with G.
Yeah.
The scope's kind of gone up, down, sideways,
You're with them.
Yeah.
It went down.
Yeah, it down. It started this big and yeah.
What happens is you have a meeting with the department head, you say, how many employees, how many vehicles do you want to fit, what do you want? What do you want to see? And then we come back with the size. And if you see that it really doesn't work, so
And then we go to plan B, you're right.
minimizing, and this is where we're at, where I think this would be a comfortable size with
Right.
the room for them to.
I mean, when you generate these types of projects, you know, the first thing that you do is you tell me everything that you ever want in the building. And then what we did preliminarily was we came back with a ballpark number, and the number was not sustainable by the municipality.
Right.
So typically what we find is the client will build the project up as far as needs, and then you will push the project down as far as cost. Okay, so somewhere in the middle, when the cost gets brought to a point that that you have an appetite for, your budget can accommodate, and the needs are at a point that are minimally met. You have a building that you can afford to build, that your budget can accommodate, and that meets the needs, right? So that, but you have to do it from both directions at the same time. Build it up from the program from the bottom, push it down with regard to budget control from the top, and you'll have a good project in terms of governance.
I have a question, Kim, I think for you, because you've been close to this, I know. My understanding is currently in our inadequate space, we have storage of vehicle challenges, like were we at one point using the greenhouse or some other space maybe?
Not the greenhouse. The greenhouse we just use for kind of a, well, I hate to call it a,
There's some bicycles,
Yeah.
old equipment
Yeah.
that's not used.
yeah, it's just.
Does this, after your scope adjustments with this, version that we're focused on now, would that give us adequate space for storing vehicles?
Yeah, so it houses everything that was requested by the DPW.
So we have a 2 Mack garbage trucks, International garbage truck, GMC dump truck, John Deere, tractor, Stewart sweeper, Ford diesel truck, lift, diesel bulldozer, International dump truck, and a wheel loader with buckets. I didn't make those up.
Yeah.
You never know where
That
two
was our
thirds square mile, right? The other, a related question that we were just talking about, looking at purchasing, another
What?
lift, would that fit here?
It's there. Yeah. But what?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know.
Ford diesel truck with booklet.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question. I just didn't see where you pull in for the recycling program that would be here.
So this is the office building, this is a schematic design, this is the garage building. We haven't laid out the site per se. The vehicular ingress and egress is here, and the site circulation is here and here. We have some areas designated for employee parking, some areas designated for truck storage. But we haven't really laid specifics of the
yeah.
site, the non-building part of the site.
I mean, not that I'm an architect, but I almost feel like that front building should be set back and the front should be recycling still where it is.
Right, and we can certainly accommodate any thoughts or changes that you have. Again, this is a schematic design. It's our first blush at it. I haven't done any substantive work with regard to the site other than fitting the buildings in the site. But any of these buildings can be shifted around based on any other needs that you have.
Okay, so that I guess everything would be there. The old site would just be something else.
The mayor and council will have to decide. what to do
Okay.
with that.
TBD.
All right, that's good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And when you said the site costs, you give that estimate, I mean, that's all like preparing the site and, or is that?
Yeah, so at the very minimum, the site would need to be graded. You would need to prepare a base for vehicular traffic, similar to what you have, or a little bit more robust than what you have on the street. And then it has to be paved, certainly at a minimum. There's site drainage that needs to be accommodated, so there's subgrade drainage that'll need to be done as well. And they all have to be done by our civil engineer. So yeah, and when I talk about those costs, those are construction costs.
Okay, so call it millions in the middle of your estimate, and then for the buildings in Fanwood, you gave us the square foot of both types of buildings, the square footage, and the square footage that's proposed for here. So once again, can we ask you to do the math, and what are we coming out with?
I try not to do math after 6 o'clock.
You got the numbers, so you get to. Seems to be the one that's the big missing piece, like, what's it gonna cost?
That's okay. As the costs that I have, again, they're for similar buildings.
Sure. It should be.
You could massage this as you see fit, larger, smaller. This is just by doing the audit on the amount of paperwork, the amount of employees, the amount of vehicles.
So, so the number that I mentioned to you for the office building was at $550 per square foot. And the building is about 2,500 square feet. That's about 1.375 million. The garage is about 11,125 square feet. And the number that I gave you was about $325 a square foot. That's 3.6 million. Those two costs, plus anywhere from 500 at a low to $1 million at about a high or so, for site costs. Those three costs are predominant construction costs. You have some furniture costs that you're going to add to the office building, not substantive. I just haven't included those in numbers, but you're not putting any furniture in the public works facility. So those are your ballpark order of magnitude directional costs, given an estimate we received for a similar project for another municipality.
Can I ask a question? I don't know if you're gonna have this number. We didn't talk about it. You said this is in another county, the numbers that you do. Do you know what the difference between the two counties are per square foot?
No.
No, okay.
All I can tell
That was
you,
just my question.
all I can tell you is that predominantly numbers in the state, unit cost in the state of New Jersey will be higher in the north and lower in the south. Since this is somewhere between the north and the south, do I know how much lower? I don't know.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No problem.
I just have a question, Mr. Sedembrino. How long do you think construction will take from start to finish?
Well, for this project?
Mhm.
Well, you have some things that have long lead times that are governing construction right now, unfortunately. Those are HVAC equipment, rooftop units that are governing construction. Those lead times are range anywhere from 6 to 10 months to get the product once it's ordered. So if it weren't for longer lead times, I'd tell you this project is probably about 9 months. However, since we have substantive lead times for HVAC equipment and you need that to occupy the building, you're going to need about a year or less to do the project.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Public questions? Yeah, take a few. Yep.
Linda Duffy, 312 Ridley. Since we're entertaining the Biasi Center, why don't we add another level? I mean, it would behoove us to do it now, get the estimate, how much it would cost, move coding and zoning over there, and then we could deal with the.
I'm taking another level here.
Yes, why not?
It's supposed to be.
Put a hold on the garage, build a level, sell Lorraine, get the money, and I'm just trying to be proactive. Because I think it's ridiculous for us. It would be an asset to have a second level. We're always running out of space here. The town is growing, the offices need space, you're all squashed in there, the Biasi Center, they were squashed. It really wasn't pleasant for them to work in an environment. Let's add another level to that office building.
I love what you hear.
I'm just being,
Yeah.
realistic here. We might as well do it now, and even if it was empty, we could use it when we needed it.
But one thing to keep in mind, when you add a second level to any municipally owned building, you have to have barrier-free access.
I realize that, so you put in an elevator.
So
And
you,
I know that's costly, but you know what? This is not barrier-free in here either. Is it? People have steps, how are you gonna get them up down the steps? I mean, that kind of thing. And I'm just being realistic. We're gonna spend a lot of money on the Biasi Center. Let's spend it all in one place and build it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Cindy Panda, preaching from that. Thanks for the presentation.
You're welcome.
So we're guesstimating $6 million for this project. What is really at this point pushing us to do that? To want to even entertain $6 million just to condense the DPW? And then besides that, if we are going to go ahead with that, do we have any idea of what, like you said, They have to decide what's the existing DPW space gonna be used for. What would remediation of that land have to cost us? Because God knows what's in that land. If all of DPW has been over there, so it's not just 6 million for a new center over here. We should at least have a long-term plan of what else would we be wanting to propose over there, and what would that cost be? That's my only questions on this type of expenditure.
Answer that. I hate this, seem like there's a theme here, but the roof leaks over at the DPW building. And it's the pole barn, the big one for the vehicles, and it's unfixable, if I'm correct, right?
So do the offices.
And the office, I was getting there, that off, the roof's there leaks, so it's just, it is a theme here, we got going with the leaky roof, so they're not just moving because they don't like that side of town anymore, I mean, there's real reasons. And again, the roof, the one, it's been somebody's, last couple councils ago, we looked at it, it's like, it's unfixable. Nobody will guarantee the work. or
John,
whatever.
also they're having, the vehicles don't fit and, I hate to put it this way, but they said it's almost like bumper cars, like sometimes like they actually,
Well, they can't park there either.
yeah,
can't-
they're
no.
just,
Yeah, so
the employees don't
you
have to
think
take the
about
car.
our town, we've got less than a square mile and we've got 2 public works centers. Just doesn't make a lot of
No, and
sense.
I'm not begrudging this plan, and you know, let's sort of decide if it fits, that's great, and like I said, to Jane's question,
So-
like, where's the recycling program gonna go?
No,
When
the
all
question,
that work-
those are questions we've got to answer, and it comes back to an asset strategy that we've got to lay it out. That's not rocket science. We just got to sit down and do the planning work and say, what do we need? Where do we have space? Where do we not have space?
Right, but I think it's part of this-
Logically, having 2 different public works sites in a town this size. I don't think makes a lot of sense.
No, I don't disagree with that, but again, I think as part of this process, or what the total cost of this project, you do have to look at the other piece of, okay, are we just gonna leave what's there left behind to dismantle and, you know,
Oh,
that
no,
could be
no, we-
part of this process of, as part of us moving everything over here, this is what it's also gonna cost us to tear everything down over there and then decide, you know, at the very least, if you have clean land, then you can go, what's next on it for, you know, obviously it's a valuable piece of property.
Yeah,
That's
and
all.
you raise a good point. One, we're just hearing the $6 million now along with you, so. In any project, you obviously have to evaluate the cost benefit, and we haven't done that yet. But, and again, not speaking on behalf of this council, but over the last few years, from time to time, I've been engaged in conversations where one outcome could be using, raising the DPW building, which is totally obsolete anyway, and perhaps expanding the parks there, creating a better ball field for the
Yeah,
kids.
absolutely, there's a whole lot of things that can be
And to your
resolved
point,
over that,
And to your point, whatever the solution is, it would require additional cost to figure out.
exactly.
Yep.
Thank you.
I think it was one of the good. Yes,
Hello?
we are going to accommodate the seniors in doing this.
I do have seniors on, because I have one. And my name is Jean Leahy, and I'm in Park Place. I don't know where to start, but I do. I think we have to take care of the de Blasi building. You displaced 60 people who have meals every day, and they are now going into the firehouse. All because of mold. And then the office of the
Code and construction,
code,
construction.
they're all moved. And so now what are you gonna do with that? That seems to be more important than the garage. So why all these projects at one time? You
Well-
gotta take the one, our roof is leaking.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
we
no,
have
no,
to
we're
fix it, but why can't we just take?
we're not moving on this right.
I just maybe.
We're not moving on this right now, Gene. This was just informational. We're not,
Why don't we do one thing first?
yeah, we are, but you gotta also plan, so.
But the people, sometimes I know, I live in a house, so I have to take care of the roof, so it doesn't leak. But I also have to take care of the people in the town. You kind of have to think about those.
Yep. Absolutely, yeah, thanks, yes.
Just for clarification. Am I learning that the offices that were created over the Biasio Center are not being used because of the conditions of the mold from the leaking roof? Is that one reason why they're not there? Why wasn't that, where was the decision process to create office space over there when you knew you had a leaking roof, you knew you had a problem? How much did that construction cost our residents? And now it's vacant. We're putting Band-Aids on wounds all over town. And it's time for us to get serious about doing it right. The first time, you're wasting money. You're wasting money. You're opening up a Pandora's box with the Bosio Center. Anybody who has done any type of reconstruction knows you're going to have plenty of additional costs. Do it right or don't bother doing it at all. Thank you.
Got two on the Zoom. Jack, Mr. Gentempo.
I think Julie might have had a hand up first.
Julia here? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm back for the Biazzi Center again. And the woman who just spoke, I don't know who she was, but she's kind of dead on. When they moved the code office and cut down the rehearsal space, whatever, when they made that change, I don't know where the thinking was about the roof and everything else. So that's that. But my question before was, what's going to happen with the Evergreen, the DP? What's there now?
We haven't determined that.
So this is all conjecture right now about the space now that we're using for the recycling and everything. Is that it?
That's correct.
Okay, that's all for now.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Mr. Gentempo.
Yes, Paula Gentempo, 103 Fourth Avenue. My thought here is that if you're going to spend $6 million in the Biazzi Center, why don't you put that towards the church, where you have a wonderful place with more uses than you can use it for, and let us find the rest of the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, no one else? We will close that discussion then. Thank you very much. Folks did a good job. So do you have any more you want to?
No, I think we left you with the 3D model that can stay here. We can leave these two here for you, certainly if you like.
Yeah, that would be great.
I just take my easel back, if that's okay.
That's great. I got easels in my office. So
We'll leave you these two items in the model, and we certainly look to hear back from you with regard to modification to this. And we'll prepare your direction and proposal to look at those feasibility studies of other items.
okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Okay, why don't we why don't we keep moving? Our next workshop item is beach lockers. Todd, or can you hear me in there? Are you gonna just put that up? I can, while they're getting that up, I'll just make a few comments. So last year, some of our associates in the administrative area came forward and with an outline of improvements that we could make in the process of beach lockers. So they've been working on changes. I think there's some pretty positive changes and some good efficiency improvements. They've got a presentation, it's pretty short. That they put this together, and I appreciate that they did. I can, in that Kim's left, I will represent it. I can just kind of go through it very quickly. So if we can go to slide 2. See this. I'm gonna move down because contacts on and I won't be able to see. So some background, there's only about 5 slides, but from a background standpoint, we have 11 beaches with approximately 600 lockers today. Our current lease cost for new construction is $535. Renewal each year is $165. Our waiting list is about 321 people. We closed that list due to capacity and just saying it's unmanageable to have a 300-person list when we know it's not going to get backfilled anytime soon. Our goal is to kind of get down to 150 on a wait list and maintain it at that level. Which will take some time because our average of 10 new locker leases per year is about what we get. And our longest current wait is about 4 years. Now, we added about 50 lockers 2 years ago and took that number down to about 2.5 years, but it's kind of back up. So the lockers are very popular. Evergreen and Ocean Park Avenue have the longest lists with about 43 people on each one of those lists. Next slide. So prior, current, and proposed locker fees. So for 2019, 20, 21, and 22, we really haven't changed our fees. New lockers have been $535. The renewals have been $165. So we haven't changed them in 4 years. The proposal is to go to $575 in 2023 and a renewal of $180, which I think is one number is about 7%, the others I think 9%. And in 24, go to an even 600 and 200. Hopefully we freeze it there and ride it out for a few more years. Next slide, please. So some comparative costs. What the team looked at was they got 3 or 4 towns. Seabright, it's about 450. They just do a yearly charge, and I think they kind of do a lottery every year. Asbury Park's $225 a year. Avon by the Sea is $500 initial, $250 renewal. So there's a little bit lower on one side, higher on the other side, and then Long Branch is about $400. So we're a little bit lower than most. So going up a little bit kind of puts us kind of on par with these other towns. Next slide, please. So the process would be we would send an email to the 600 email addresses. We ask them to submit by a date of April 1st. They would have an online payment, either credit card or e-check. There would be assigned, thank you,
You're welcome.
a locker. And then they get their locker assignment in May. Next slide, please. There's only a couple more. Summary. So current process is manual registration. The new process would be online registration. The current process is manual check processing. The other would be online credit debit card or e-check. Current process, we don't have disabled person lockers. One of the things we're adding want to add this year is we would get basically 11 new blocks of lockers, 11 times 3 or 33 new lockers. We put them right at the entrance by the Moby Mats, and it would be kind of a first come, first serve based on the criteria we set, the doctor's, doctor's note. So the benefits of new process, we eliminate the manual process and we free up resources. We spend about over a quarter of a person a year doing this manual operation. We wouldn't have a situation where we have people waiting in lines, so that could impact, certainly it impacts elderly, special needs, seasonal residents who aren't in town, or working people that just can't get there for a preference. It'll also eliminate manual mailing, processing of payments, and the 33 disabled persons would be a first. We don't know if that's enough. We don't know if it's, we just don't know. So we're going to just test that out. But we have gotten inquiries on that for a couple of years now, and we said this is a good way to maybe try it out. And that adds 33 lockers too. So this isn't we're taking away from the others, you can actually put an order and we're going to add those. I think there's one more slide. Yeah, the online process. So we currently use Community Pass. Is there somebody on from Community Pass? I hope there is.
I believe Phil Rogers was supposed to be on. Phil, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
There you go.
So you hit, once you hit the, hit it.
Do you want me to show my screen or do you have the presentation there? You do? Okay.
It's up on a board, Phil. See, Phil?
Oh, okay. Yep, Phil Rogers. So do you want me to walk through the screens?
I just think, I know it's only a couple slides, maybe you can just go through a couple slides.
Yep. So Community Pass is an online registration system used primarily by municipalities. So for Bradley Beach, the folks that were locker renters last year, they're loaded into the system. They're going to get a username and password. They'll come to this home screen where they'll enter their username and password. You can go to the next screen. They will enter the registration system. Now, Bradley Beach can use it for other things in the future. Right now, it'll just be for lockers. So they'll continue through the process. They'll confirm their information that's in the system. Go ahead and move forward, and their contact information. And then they will select the individual that's going to be considered the person signed up for the locker, just like when you did it on paper form. And then they'll be able to choose whatever location they'd like for their locker rental, provided that there's still some left. They'll continue through the process once they've selected. Once they've selected, it won't let them select more than one. Go ahead and continue. They'll have to agree to your legal statements. So whatever policies and legal statements you have, like any other online purchase, you can view the entire statement, you can print it, and you must check and enter your digital signature in order to complete the registration. So go ahead. They'll come to a customary checkout and itemized detail of the transaction, and then they can pay by credit card or e-check. And this is just a screen showing the payment screen, just like any other shopping that you do online at this point. When it's complete, they'll get an itemized receipt on screen. They'll receive one in their email, and they could always go back to their public account at any time and retrieve their receipts. With this system, the folks in town hall have an administrative console. So they'll have a list of everyone that's gone in and purchased. Once the initial sale of the lockers is done, we're going to work with Bradley Beach, and we will randomly assign the locker numbers to the folks that have successfully purchased a locker or rented a locker for the season. After that, if there's still lockers available, then the administrator can, do ad hoc one-off assign remaining locker numbers to any folks that come and buy later. They can download the list of lockers. So if you want to do a contact strategy, you can download lists with email addresses or mailing addresses and the locker numbers. So everything you need from a reporting perspective, there's an example of a report. And the system also, not shown in there, also will have all of your financial reporting for your finance office and all that sort of stuff. Any questions from your side?
Okay. We use Viply for beach badges, right?
Yes, as far as I know, yes, you've been using that for beach badges.
It's here.
So would Community Pass is like a competitor of Viply, correct? Some towns use Community Pass badges, some towns, okay. So
Oh, I'm sorry, was that for me to answer or?
sure.
So Viply is not, Viply is only a competitor in that space where they do those beach badges. The daily beach badges. We're really more of a complete municipal registration system. So a bit more robust. And in the future, we are going to be adding a feature that will directly with Vipley, so if you wanted to roll it in, we could probably roll it in next summer.
So my
But
question,
that's,
my question for the borough is, do we talk to Vipley, like they could offer this service, because it
We
seems like.
actually had a financial question with Bipley that we probably will be using them next year.
You had a financial question with Vipley, so we may not be using them next year.
Correct.
Okay,
We had actually discussed it in one of our executive sessions.
okay. So what is it gonna cost us to have Community Pass do all this stuff?
$1,800.
Can you speak louder so the people, so the people can-
$1,800 a year.
It's $1,800, okay. So I,
So this service,
to set up the website and all that stuff, like, no,
Yeah.
that's all there's, right, okay. So, what my big question is, I hear you, Mayor, on going online, having an online process, that makes a lot of sense to me, there's no reason we can't do that, but I don't know that we need to do, like, all of this as in change to a random system, like, if people that like the system the way it is, can we just keep that component for it, like, people that wanna register online, that's great, people that wanna walk in and whatever, I don't wanna do anything different, I'll just send a check like I always send it, and that's fine. If I have to go online to,
I think you do, I think you have to do either or, because it's set up to be holistic.
I use for a few different personal things that I have, one for the town that I live in, one for the recreation program that my kids are in, and another one for like an art center. It's just Community Pass. It keeps track of everything.
okay, so what I'm.
We're,
getting at
we're
here-
planning on using it for some other things in town, are we not? Yeah.
Okay, so, what I'm getting at is, are you saying that people wouldn't be able to pay with a check, they'll only be able to pay with a credit card, because that's a problem?
Each have.
may I answer?
Sure.
This is Phil Rogers from Catch Point again. The system is built, the administrative console will support all sorts of walk-in registration. So your administrators, your staff have the ability to ring up a cash transaction, a paper check transaction, whatever process it is you want to do. We built it knowing that municipalities still need to be able to do face-to-face transactions the way they always have. That how it's used is more up to you and your municipality and your staff deciding what process you want to support, but the system will support any in-person transactions.
Okay, that's good to know, and the reason I'm asking, because as I was looking at this presentation, Mr. Mayor, I'm thinking, well, we can just set up a Google form to capture all of these. It's free, it's easy, you just set up a Google form to capture all these different bits of information that you have to capture. The only thing that it wouldn't help is, well, you can't take it, it wouldn't be able to take the credit card. So if you can take that component of it, I mean, to me, it seems like for free, you just set up a Google form, we're already using the Gmail platform and set up a Google form, and then I'll fill it out that way instead of filling out a piece of paper for Michelle every year. And then I'll just send him my check like I did, because it sounded like he just said I could send in a check. So that's my only comment. So, I like that we're moving to online. That's great. I just feel like it's something we can kind of do ourselves, but for the most part.
Well, I guess my counter to that would be if we've got a group that is doing this for communities and we're signing on to it for communities, well, why would we invent a wheel if it's the wheel's getting invented already? That would be my reaction. So, I mean,
Sure, because it seems, I mean, I'm finding it hard to believe that they're gonna do this just for $1,800.
Well, that's the license. This is what we do, right? So we are a licensed software. To echo that statement about reinventing the wheel, that's kind of the whole point of the system, is that it's a reusable piece of software that municipalities purchase because we've kind of solved the problems over now 20 years of developing this, right? You could do a Google form, right? But a Google form is not going to have any controls in place where you could just say, hey, for the first 3 weeks, only the folks that had a locker last year can sign up for a locker this year. It's not going to say, hey, Joe Smith can only reserve 1 locker this year, not 2 or 3. Or, I don't know what your plans are for future. A resident pays X amount, a non-resident pays Y amount, that sort of, so there's a bunch of functionality built in there that you wouldn't achieve with a Google, you know, obviously with a Google form with something that's free. You always have that option, but you're going to be, I would think, burning man hours to manage that free option that you may not need to burn while using Community Pass.
There's not like a per transaction fee or anything like that that's going to Community Pass. Okay, and then I feel like I have one other thing, but I'll leave it at that. Oh, wait, everybody that has a locker this year, are they gonna be guaranteed a locker? I mean, just kind of like, as long as okay, that's good.
Which again, we learned that a couple of towns don't do it that way, that they do a lottery every year, which. At the end of it, there's pros and cons of that, and we didn't want to, we felt like this was a good, effective, efficient, fair way to go. We didn't want to give it a little, let's change it out every year, because then there'd be a challenge on people saying, well, wait a minute, I paid for a new locker to be built and now I'm out. What's the deal there? So we would never want that to happen. So we'll work through that.
If I could say something. A few moons ago, another town, I did actually use Community Pass for what I was, the department I was working in. I have to say, it was a very good system. And Mr. Rogers is right. It does keep track of everything very nicely. It really was a good system to work on.
Yeah.
Just giving my 2 cents, it's up to you.
It's good. No, and I would recommend, I understand we've got some flexibility with this stuff, but I'd be wanting to push people towards the online and the more. we
But
can do that,
people were still coming in, like they paid
Yeah.
a check or cash and you just entered it in.
Yeah.
So it worked the same way.
Okay.
So, yeah, I've got a few questions as well.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Why don't you-
Oh, okay, I just wondered with this random selection, how that process works. When you're assigning the lockers.
So, is that directed towards me?
Sure.
You can answer it, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so basically what it's going to do, we'll work with your staff to figure out the algorithm. But essentially, I assume what we're going to do there is we'll take it by location, because I think that's how you folks report on it, the different streets. And it'll just randomly, the database is going to randomly assign numbers to the individuals. So we'll just put a randomizer on it. We do it with other things like team formation and all that kind of stuff. It's just a randomizer logic that, almost the electronic version of the lottery balls coming out of the tumbler, right?
Right. This actually is a question for Kim or Erica. Do you guys know when people signed up for the lockers, like we just do it by seniority maybe, rather than a random selection? Do you have records of that? Just throwing that out there.
Like. What do you mean, like a
Or,
seniority?
like, let's say they had a locker for 20 years, like they would get closest to the entrance because they have seniority, they've been there. So do you know when people
Assignments online, right?
No, but I'm saying like right now, like rather than, like I know TJ, he grew up in Spring Lake, they had the same locker every year. And the new people that got enough locker would be in another location, but it just seems like a lot of work every year to do it. I just thought maybe by seniority might be a little bit more fair than just random.
Every year now, you get a different locker.
I know that, but I'm saying like, it would just be like whoever had it the longest gets closest to the beach entrance. I don't know, I just think random selection. Maybe I'm just throwing it out there.
It was something that,
I guess, do we even know if we have those records?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Do we know when people signed up for their lockers?
I would have to check with
Um,
Michelle, probably.
Okay.
Michelle might know.
Michelle might know that, but.
Okay,
I
yeah,
don't,
that's-
unfortunately, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
We'll follow
I
up on
understand
that.
what you're saying, though.
And then I just wanted to ask, what was the gentleman's name from Community Pass again?
Silver.
Bill Rogers.
Okay, Mr. Rogers. Okay, great. So, if you could just, you work with some neighboring towns as well, right?
Yes, Spring Lake, Monmouth Beach, Manasquan, Brick.
Okay, great. And that's my questions for now. Thank you very much.
Not a problem, not a problem. Any other questions for me?
Yes, sir. My name is Al Gubitosi on the council here. So first and foremost, let me say, this topic, when the administration announced this, I don't know when it was, 3 weeks ago or so. Created, for me as a council person, more of a stir. I got more people stopping me on the street. I got more emails. Beach lockers are near and dear to a lot of people's hearts. I get much more activity around that than I do around relocating the DPW yard, which will cost us $6 million. And this knowledge of this solution would have been helpful to me as a council person, because the first I'm hearing about it is tonight. And it would have been really helpful if I could have explained to people who said to me, why are we changing things? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. A lot of what you're sharing with us tonight actually would have been good fodder for me to say to our residents. Well, we're going to automate a lot of stuff. We have this great service provider. It's very inexpensive. Blah, blah, blah. So first and foremost, thank you for your presentation. And I just would once again advocate for more council awareness as we identify these solutions. But I do have a question, or what I think is a significant question. One of the most significant things that residents have said to me as their council person that they are really concerned about. Some people didn't like the randomness and whatever, but everyone seemingly is concerned about the wait list. They don't like the fact that it's being frozen. They don't like the fact that the borough communicated, do not call the borough with any questions. I mean, there's just a lot of, I sense resentment or anger or frustration, whatever, among a fairly large portion of our residents. And with all the technology that you just described to us, the one thing you didn't mention was whether or not you would be able to maintain a waiting list. If we had residents who, we have fewer lockers than we have people that want lockers. So right now we have a waiting list. I think the mayor said it's a few hundred people, 300 people maybe. Would your company be able to maintain the waiting list for us?
Yeah, of course. So the system supports waiting list. If you have a list of data, just like we just loaded your data, if you have that wait list data, I'm sure we can load it in. Or it can be manually entered after we go through the original thing. But yeah, wait listing is a core piece of functionality in the community pasture.
Because
This is
earlier,
something that actually, I'm sorry, this is something that actually the employees that work with it had. With speaking with all the other towns that have wait lists, we have one of the highest wait lists and our wait list doesn't go down.
yeah, no, I understand.
So,
But-
and what's happening is we get a lot of calls asking, when are they gonna move up? Why haven't they moved up? How many people have gotten a locker? We really can't add many lockers because of our CAFRA. So like, it's almost unfair for people to be on the wait list when there's 300 people on a wait list. Right?
Understood, but if we're gonna automate this process, it seems like the burden on our administrative staff to maintain that wait list, to answer those questions of when am I gonna get a locker, how close am I? I mean, I've had residents come up to me and say, I got jumped, I was number 15 at this beach and the next year I was at 22. I'm making up numbers, but
That's why we wanted to go to the system. Because we get the same things and it's not happening, but yeah.
well, so again, I'm just, I see one resident who actually said this to me sitting in the back, but before we open it to public comment. I guess my question is, Mr. Rogers, if you were able to administer a wait list. Which would be a huge, I think, unburdening of our administrative staff. Would that wait list, is there a way to make that available on your website? So, on your link to your website, so that if a resident wanted to know where they are on the wait list, would they be able to see that?
Well, no, so that for obvious reasons, you don't publish where somebody is on a wait list. Because everybody handles them differently. And every town has, or every municipality has different rules on the wait list, and publishing that would be, I think, cause you more headache than not publishing it, right? And also, it would just, so we've never published the wait list. The system can support it. Now, your wait list is a bit different in that your wait list is a bit like what used to be the wait list for Giants tickets, right? I don't think
Right.
we're far enough down to have to use the Eagles as an example, but I'm Bergen, so I'm Giants, but you know, you have this perpetual wait list. Now, if you're adding 10 lockers a year, I might want to argue on having a 300-person wait list, because that just seems, I don't know. How many are you realistically turning over a year?
Not many at all.
Less than
Um,
10.
Yeah.
I think someone said in our presentation, the average wait.
It was like it was 10 new lockers or something a year or something like that, right?
Turning over.
My question is really just technology wise. Confidentiality issues I know would exist, but if you were maintaining a wait list for us as part of your service. And if we could overcome confidentiality, for example, you know, people sign up and you might assign them a number so that other people wouldn't see their names, but again, I don't know what that process would be. I'm just saying, if we could overcome confidentiality issues. What I'm really intrigued by the fact that our residents, because everyone is screaming at me about the need for transparency, that they want to be able to see this, and if we could unburden our administrative staff, that people weren't calling the borough, but instead could go onto your website and know that they're assigned number 582. I'm making up numbers.
So
They could see if they moved up or not.
yeah, so not to go down a deep rabbit hole on how things would work, but yes, I could see the public does have an area of Community Pass where they go in, they can log in and see all of their account information, see all their historical transactions, and in there there is a spot where they could, you know, you'd have to give them instructions on how to find it, where after they've registered for the wait list, they click on that registration now and see if your administrators want to assign a number, you know, to each one of those folks. You know, we could give you a range from 1 to 10,000, where someone could go in, log in their account, look at that registration and see what the number is. That would be something that we could do. We'd have to, like I said, your wait list is a little different. I'd have to work with some folks in the office and figure out the best way to support it so it's manageable, right? But yes, I could see a way to make that happen.
Yeah, and Michelle was.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, I was gonna say, Michelle was already having those conversations and looking at it, because to the point, wait list on a website is just not a tenable
Yeah,
situation.
it's, yeah, I've been doing this, I've been working with municipalities for a long time now. Yeah, it's, it can get a little sketchy.
I think there's a way to accommodate it.
Yeah.
And then my last question, we run into a real communication challenge. I'm sure you run into this with all of your municipal clients, but as we evolve technology wise, as we have Zoom meetings and so forth, we are challenged to continue to include seniors who are not technology savvy. And we are regularly asked, don't just email us information, have, you know, paper versions of this at Borough Hall, so seniors who don't know how to log into a computer can still access whatever the information is about beach hours or whatever. Do you work with municipalities that offer alternatives for seniors who are not technology savvy? I mean, are there ways that we could route our seniors to a less technology enabled solution?
Well, again, as I stated earlier, your staff will have the ability to do all walk-in registration. So, you know, those folks that are going to show up at town hall and want to pay cash or want to pay check and don't want to go online, you can. A lot of that would be in the hands of Bradley Beach, right? You could print out flyers. You can set up. Some of my customers will get IT to set up, you know, an old computer that they had laying around on, you know, in the lobby where you could walk seniors through creating an account and registering. Our system can give you reports if you want to do a paper mailing rather than an email. You could do a paper mailing that you could fold into a number 10 window envelope, all that sort of stuff. So there, it does give you options. It does give you tools. A lot of it is really more, you know, Bradley Beach and the process you want to do. But we can give you the data to support it, if that answers your question. Along with-
Actually, we
Go
come
ahead.
up with something that, the employees, they're gonna work with the library like we did with the survey. And right now, you're notified by email.
Everybody
So
has.
everyone has an
everybody who has a
email.
locker
That
has
is
an
how
email.
they get the information.
Yeah, there's no manual process. Everybody has an email and that's works.
I think email works, but what I constantly hear is they don't know how to log into websites, they don't know how to log into Zoom. Computers, I think, are today, not email.
Well, I think if you made it like every March 1st is when you have to renew your locker. This way, it's like kind of like you don't even have to notify people, because we all know it's March 1st.
It's an automatic email that goes out and the link to register is right on the email.
I understand, but like my mother would not get it,
Oh.
because, you know, she doesn't have a computer. So, you know, and I know we're trying to make this more senior friendly, so they don't have to wait in line. But if they can't even work on a computer, it's not making it senior friendly, so it has to be options. I'm just saying, like, if we just make it like, okay, March 1st, everybody renew. It might be, and just do it the same day every year.
Well, that would be our intent.
Okay, we'll call it locker day.
Plus, those people could come in and physically sign, which is.
Right,
has
and
occurred.
they'll know, because I'll be like, you know, Norma, go and renew your locker, March 1st.
In my experience, in doing this, I've brought a lot of municipalities from pen and paper over to a digital system. It all comes down to messaging, how you promote this out to your public, right? And the alternatives that you offer them for, you know, for those folks that, you know, back when we started this, lots of folks didn't even have an email address, right? So it's gonna come down to your messaging, whether it's flyers or mailings or whatever it is you do. Well, a lot of it is just gonna come down to the message that you send out and how you explain it to folks, and giving options to those folks that truly won't be able to function online.
Okay, one last comment. I feel like we could move to the system, Mr. Mayor, but it's not gonna solve our problem of the wait list. Like, that's still gonna be there. Like, this doesn't, okay, so I just want, like, cause it seemed like the problem, you're like, the problem is we have 4-year waiting list. Who out there waited more than 4 years for a locker? I mean,
So
I
worth
waited
it.
6
No
or 7.
Yeah, no, I'm not,
Yeah.
I don't think we ever implied. these
Okay,
solving.
just wanna make sure that
We're not solving.
Signed up and it said, you're number 141 on the wait list. And then you can just go back on, like, you know, whatever, 5 months later, oh, I'm 139.
Well, that's
Just
only gonna
so-
change annually.
What?
It's only gonna change annually.
Well, you never know, you know. Things
Oh,
happen.
The Cubs were able to send in my wait list, so it's number 10,000. Next year they sent it out down 7,500.
Yep,
That
we haven't
happens,
opened the
right?
public yet.
Yeah.
I think people, what they told me is they'd like the transparency of that, and it sounds like this organization could accommodate that, so that's encouraging.
And they don't go into, ask the people in the office, hey, where am I on the list? Because they can. just
Yeah,
check
I mean,
themselves.
I asked Michelle that question, so a couple of comments that I would want to make. Michelle put together a memo, I certainly looked at it and sent it out January 17th, explaining, look, we're talking about changes. I think she outlined a few of those changes, more to come. We have about 600 people with lockers. She got 22 inquiries on the phone. She got a couple of negatives, a couple of positive calls, but the inquiries were more, I mean, the 22 inquiries were around wait list and timing. She got a couple on, I like this, she got a couple that I don't like this. I received probably a half dozen emails, mostly clarifying questions. So by and large, you know, if there's 600 people using the system right now, I certainly they're gonna start getting impatient, but we hope to get, you know, emails out and get going.
It's all set up.
Yeah, set up to go.
We have it all.
So has he presented the service to the council before, or is this the
This
first
is
time?
an administrative function.
Okay, and so it's already, is he already paid?
No.
For the
We don't pay in government, so it's up and going. You have to, like, yeah.
I can't-
No, it's not paid.
It's not paid yet, okay. So, and that's 1,800 a year per year, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
All right, why don't we open to some A couple of questions, yes. Yeah,
Will the website be able to manage the demand? I mean, I'm thinking of when we were trying to get the vaccinations and everything, and
no, this is, won't be a problem. They do this across, it won't be a
This is
problem.
a very small service. I mean, I'm part of Community Pass in the town that I live in, and we're talking thousands of registrations open. And there's no
on the
issue.
Same day.
All the same day, and I have 3 kids that I register for.
But my point is other municipalities, if
Yeah.
they're opening up on the same day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've done it
So you're
myself.
March 1st, you're
Yeah.
March 1st too? Let's say your municipality signs up March 1st, like you're asking us to sign up March 1st for our locker.
No, we're saying over the quick period of
Are
March
you
1st. to
seeing
April.
another municipality has an opening the same day if it
I'm
stresses the
I
system?
just don't
Yeah.
want.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that won't have an impact.
And that you can keep the website will be able to manage the demand.
Yeah, we don't, so you can do this over a period of a month. March 1st to April 1st.
Still mine, Mark.
Because it wouldn't be first come, first served. They wait till the April 1st and then they.
Right, if you have a locker, you're still on that same locker list and you get that time frame to
Sign
do
up.
your
I
registration.
understand. Okay, thank you.
ahead.
Thank you. Yes.
Does your arm,
So you send it to 18 questions.
does your arm?
So you're saying it's 1,800 a year, correct?
Correct.
Is there any other extraneous, like if you needed maintenance for it or anything like that, that would be increased during the year?
Yeah.
Do we know what we pay for Vipley today, like per year?
Well,
They have a charge on the.
they have a charge,
For that.
that's
How
kind
they make money.
of, but there's also a fee that we pay as well. And that's part of the problem, that they're like not a state contracted vendor, they use a third party. FDIC isn't followed correctly, so that's,
Okay, so we don't really know comparatively to.
we pay more for Bitcoin.
Okay, now, obviously, you're saying there's like a 4-year or whatever. There's umpteen hundreds that went on the waiting list. Has there ever been an analysis about of the 600, how many are actual residents of Bradley Beach versus how many are not?
Yes, we do have that information, I don't have the numbers
No,
on me right now.
Just a guesstimate, do you, by any chance,
don't
not
know.
holding you to it?
No, the majority are at Bradley Beach people. I mean.
Yeah,
like
it's
70.
interesting, since the other towns don't do it the way.
No, I understand that, and I understand that's part of the process. There are some that only allow residents, and I understand, say, oh, well, it's a public beach, but I mean, obviously, as the council, you can make whatever ordinance you want for it to be, and being it's such a hot topic.
I don't think so.
You know, the beach.
You've got like Spring Lake is just resident only, and there's other towns that are specific, you can't say that, it's not done. I think it's something that could be investigated, I'm just saying,
I don't want to follow Spring Lake. They've had a lot of problems with this.
understandable. The other question then would be, obviously, who decides or why wouldn't there be an opportunity to perhaps just open it up to more people and create more lockers? What is holding us back?
Room
That-
and the
that-
CAFRA permit that we get,
The what?
CAFRA, so there's a permit that we actually have to get permission from the DEP, and we have to show exactly where everything is.
Mhm.
We would have to amend the CAFRA permit, actually CAFRA is coming down, DEP is coming down on, other towns having issues even having beach lockers.
Mhm.
So I would probably be a little cautious about going and asking for
Yeah,
more.
we-
We don't have a problem right now. We have a good 24-hour plan. But we also have just the right amount of space that we're not going on the wrong side of the dune.
Yeah, we
I'm
met
really
with
glad.
DEP just recently and we're okay. There's a couple
Right
of
now.
towns very close to us that are not okay that actually called us to see if we would join them in complaining to the
I don't
DEP and we said, no, thank you, because we had
Like
already
class
had a
action.
meeting with DEP and we were clean. Part of it's evacuation plan. You gotta have an evacuation plan that you can get your lockers off the beach if there's a sandy or something. And,
Mhm.
and we're at a pretty high capacity right now. We had 60 lockers 2 years ago and we only added a few last year and now we're gonna add 33. So,
And
I
I
think
guess with you adding those 33, how are you gonna ascertain? I mean, is that gonna be of the existing 600 that,
No,
okay,
well, it may or may not be.
right.
We don't know. We don't know who's gonna apply for handicap. We've had inquiries for handicap. And we've got to create a criteria around it. So it may free up. In theory, it could free up 33 lockers, which would take 33 people off the wait list.
And is there an equal amount of lockers at every beach location? Okay, why would that be?
I think beach. The size of the beach, the demand by people. I mean, it's not significantly different, but it's not exact. It's not exact.
Okay, I mean, I'm just trying to throw out different options and ideas to try and make it as equitable and fair for everybody and try and make everybody happy. And yes, I do agree that for the senior population, you do need to give something that not everybody will be online. It's just never gonna happen. So there does have to be something.
Yep.
For them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Hello? Hello?
Rich Destin,
Julia doesn't have a lot.
600 Third Avenue. I just need a clarification. I understand it's going to be a period of time where those people have had locker in a certain place for a number of years, will have the opportunity to renew
For about a month.
before the lottery.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
So there'll be two dates that we're looking at. I'd like to know those two dates. When will that date be? Where the beginning, is it the March 1st date? Has that been established? No. But there will be a date like that,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah.
Okay.
And then people will get an email.
So the second question I have. Is what will be that next date? In other words, if that's a 2-week window, what will the?
It'll be about a 4-week window.
Was that on the presentation? Did Michelle give the dates? I thought that the date.
Might have been on there. It might have been March 10th to like April
Yeah.
10th.
Yeah, I've heard certain things. I just want.
I
Yeah,
think
it's
there
about a
were
month.
dates, but okay.
Yeah, as long as there's notification by email, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things we have to do is changing the fee. We have to make a motion to change the fee. If we can do that, if we could make a motion to do that tonight, we can
Yeah.
probably do it early. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I think April is also a good hit. People will recognize that. Yeah.
Nancy Meadow, or what those? I think Mr. Luca's you mentioned you were contacted by residents who would anger and resentment. I think those were your words. I did not contact you. I have more anger and resentment than you can imagine. This is not about the administration here. This is about people who come to our beaches. Why do we have more lockers than other towns and other places? Because we have the nicest beaches. So why Borough Hall has to put their 2 cents into any of this? Just goes to show the incompetence that we as people deal with daily. How's that for anger and resentment? And I did monitor my vocabulary. I do wonder who's gonna pay the credit card fee. for
I'm
these
gonna
people.
ask you to please refrain from calling people incompetent.
It's my opinion, I can utilize it. You're on my time right now. Thank you.
You're about to lose
Who's
your.
paying for the credit card fees? I'd like to know. I'd like to know how you're talking about 10 units, or no, you said 10 new lockers, I believe on one of those things, but they're in triplets. We doesn't go into 10 equally.
You
I
misunderstood
don't
the
get that.
presentation. Sorry.
They were saying 10 free up a year, 10 new, people leave and
Spots.
10 new ones come in, 10 spots. That's what the mayor was saying.
So it's not triplets, 10 lockers.
Correct.
Thank you. We did have handicap access. I am an original locker owner. And it was always stated that no matter how the order that you reserved it for, if somebody was handicapped, they would bump you. And the problem with all of that, when we had that going on, was that we didn't have handicap access to the beaches other than the south end of town. So that did exist, that was there. You could have more lockers if you put them on the Serpent Beach. I know a lot of people that would use them. I don't understand how you can limit a locker to one person, because what if I want one on 2 beaches? Would I think I'm gonna move and build a house? And I want to reserve my locker and get it there because I know how long it can take. Not everyone is online, as has been stated. Not everyone owns a computer. Not everyone wants their credit card or their checking information online. And I think it is appalling the way this whole thing has started. It was, remember Warren Seary, when you weren't here then either? None of you were, oh my goodness. You were barely in his garage. It was, you know, and now look at this. It's a cash cow for the borough. And again, you're messing it up. And it just keeps on going. The waiting list wouldn't be so bad if people were put on the correct waiting list. That's also a problem. So the thought that you're going electronic with this and random placing, not gonna work, not there. And I really advise the thoughtful people on the council to really think this through before you would even think to approve this. We are not to be compared to Asbury Park, or I think Spring Lake was up there. Our beaches are different. And our town is different. And one reason for all of this is maybe why some of us live here. So to have you messing this up is really maybe not surprising, but really disgusting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
I live in Duffy, Bridgeville, Brindley. I just think our ordinance needs to be cleaned up first. I don't disagree with this online thing. I don't like putting my credit card out there, but it would be easier for people that do have that access. And they can always come up to the borough hall here and sign up if they needed to. But that was random placement that they were offering. That's gotta be changed, correct? Linda Duffy, I'm paying my bill. What street am I picking? I'll pick Fourth Avenue. No, that's what he said.
No,
That's what
that's not
was
the
presented.
case.
So that's not to be it.
Be random on your beach.
There's
You-
12 blockers. I'm gonna
There's a box for your
Yeah.
beach and you're actually,
That's,
I know how it appeared on the,
Okay.
it's not.
no,
Okay, that's not
when we ran through it, I said, okay, I go to Evergreen Beach. What if I check that box?
So when you so you're gonna clean this up. And I presented this to you guys. This is my problem. I gave you guys an email. If you want to just pass this out with everything, I only made a couple copies. So you have that. And yeah, because the ordinance is not clear as far as initial payment. But it's a good idea. It'll free up time in the real world for people to do other things. And we're gonna have a time period, and after the time period, if you don't sign up, is your locker free.
Yep, that's correct. Well, that's what happens now.
Well, I don't, I get all into that, so.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Okay, thank you. Let me give you this back. It's got like, okay, it's on there. Oh, don't trip, I'm fine.
You're steady.
Just, and you shift here from Fourth Avenue, just as a resident who has stood in line outside. And they became very social. And it was very apparent that the majority of the people were out there first were non-residents of Bradley Beach. And I think, but you're saying mostly residents. I really question how many residents versus non-residents have lockers. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I've used Community Pass, it works well, it actually does in other places, for sports especially. So two things, I have had a problem on the wait list, I have 3 different times, I've been told 3 different faces, they've been an issue. So a little bit more transparency would be really helpful, because I don't know what I am I 17, 14, or 15, not sure, I guess we'll see at some point. The handicap lockers. I am the daughter of a double amputee. It would have been great, but when you're setting them up, if you don't have somebody who is handicapped, get in a wheelchair yourself and try to do it, because it's not what it seems. You can place them according to the standards, but try to do it yourself. That's the best thing I can tell you to do, because it's very difficult when they put in those little sidewalks with the little
holes in them, whatever the.
No, we met.
Crevice. He couldn't push himself up anymore on the streets in his wheelchair. So think about things like that when you're doing those, because it's very, very important for people who are really handicapped. It's a great thing that you're doing, but make sure that it's done correctly.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I would like when you revise the ordinance, if you could, instead of using a date like March 1st, or make it the first Monday of March, because the first could be a Sunday. People say, well, I couldn't put my thing in, and if you're gonna have it be the day it expires, it should be the first Monday of May. That way people know that's the day, because otherwise you're gonna run into problems, I believe, legally. My question for Mr. Rogers is there any additional fee with Community Pass? Do you have an additional access fee or utilization fee for the registration?
No, I wasn't the salesperson on this sale, so I don't know what was in the contract. Obviously, the contract's already been done. But no, whatever is quoted in the contract is what it is. We charge an annual license fee, so whatever was negotiated for the side, for the services that Bradley Beach is using, that's what the contract is for. But no, there's no hidden fees, there's no additional fees. Now, there are services, if they come back to us in 2 or 3 years and say, hey, we'd like an additional 5 hours of training or something like that, or we need something custom built, then yes, there could be additional fees for that. But no, no fees that pop up throughout
So it's not $180 and $183.25. It's $180.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Okay, so if the locker's $180, it's not like I'm paying another $3.25, $3.25, user fee. Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
No.
Great, and then Ms. Humphrey, I was wondering, what's our current rate with the credit card company? You know what we're paying for our credit cards?
For which service?
The Visa.
So we don't specifically accept Visa, but it goes by the rate at the time, so you don't lock into it, it's fluctuating, right?
You don't lock it in, it's not, like Amex is 4 and Visa's.
No, they fluctuate to the market.
Okay, great. But now, so we're paying that, whatever that is, 2 or 3, as opposed to getting the checks that we were getting before in a load of checks, so.
So you also get return checks, so if you take the return checks and offset it by the fee that we get for the return checks, I guess you could also off balance some of that, not all of it probably.
Yeah,
But at the same time, you also have a worker that maybe they're not working overtime now for that season because the additional work, or you might have you don't have an extra worker coming in to make up for that time.
Great, thanks so much.
Thank you.
We did take all that.
Brigitte McGuire, 610 Brindley. I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. If we have had a locker before and we're renewing, this year we get to renew. Next year, it becomes just the full lottery.
No.
Oh, no, so you always will get a renewal if you're in already?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Unless we want to change it. I don't think we do. No. Not this, some towns do it, but we don't. Yes.
My name is John Palladino, with the 501 McCabe. And I work for a company in the dispatch office that dispatch 50 to 100 guys a day. I don't really see it as a problem to work a seniority list. It seems very simple to me. I mean, there's a number of us who, I'm sure you have the dates that we've all rented them. And I propose that to go by a seniority list, working for a union company, there's never an argument. You're number 10, you're number 10. If number 1 leaves, you become number 9. And so on and so forth. The same thing with the waiting list. If you jump in there and you're number 240, and why should you be upset? You showed up, 240 people later, and you go on a waiting list just like any other waiting list. So I don't see any need to change all of that. And I feel that each cluster of lockers should go by a seniority list, and I also feel like I think the residents should get a discount on the locker as opposed to the people from out of town. And I feel like a lot of the people that are from out of the town probably don't, many different people from all over using that locker. I don't think the same people are always using that locker. And last year, being in one place with my locker and then moving down to another place, I had to listen to my wife, how upset she was that someone who just got a locker last year was closer to the beach than we were. That's why I think the seniority list thing kind of eliminates the whole problem. It eliminates, it's the same thing with vacations at the workplace. It goes right to seniority, you take your vacation. You can't argue because some of you sooner than. And that's just the way I feel with my opinion.
Thank you. Julia, you have a complaint about your locker? You just had your hand up from before. Who's the person next to Julia? I can't read it.
Yeah.
Shannon.
Yeah.
Sean.
Sean.
Are you calling on me?
I was
Hello?
I was talking.
Oh, no.
Yes, Julia.
Okay,
Hold on,
Ju-
Shannon.
Julia Rand. I have a question about these lockers. No, I don't use a locker. However, do we have a lottery or everybody just renews every year, or how does that work?
You renew every year. So if you have a locker, you keep your locker, you keep a locker spot.
So you keep a locker spot, so no one ever, all these people that are looking for them never have an opportunity, correct?
Ultimately, they will. It's just a matter of when.
Well, is it possible that people you could have a lottery every year? And then.
It's possible. Other towns do it, but
Well, I'm just thinking out loud. If you have a lottery, then people won't get angry about where they are on the list or not on the list. I mean, obviously,
That's
there's no way we can accommodate so many people for the lockers. I mean, I remember when they were first built by the Public Works started building them when we didn't have a lot, right? And
you now have 600.
yeah, well, that's a lot more than we used to have when I first started seeing them. In any case, what is wrong with the lottery? My question is, has it been considered?
It's been considered, but the problem you have is if this year I spent $570 building a new locker, and then next year you tell me I'm out.
Yeah, you'd have to change
creates a
your
little,
payment.
you have to change
structure.
your payment structure and.
Oh, you mean to build the locker? No, I didn't mean that. To just rent the locker, not build the locker.
Now, I'll call you about it, Julie, and explain it to you.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Shauna. That's the last one, and we're gonna move.
Shauna Greenblatt, 414 Monmouth Avenue. So just to clarify, during the presentation, Mr. Rogers had shown sort of a list when you're going through the process of registering for your locker as to what location you want. Now, some locations, beach locations, are higher demand than others. And I just want to ensure that if you've, especially since, I mean, we've had our locker since the beginning of the program, and have always been told you can't change your location. And I'm fine with that. Right, right.
Correct, that's not changing.
Okay, well, but there was a whole list of different locations you can choose. I just want to clarify.
That's the list. You would check the one that your beach is on, and if you checked another beach, it would say that's not your beach.
Okay, because I certainly wouldn't want to be bumped off of my location based where I live. So I just want to make sure that that's really clear, if that's something that's part of the registration process, because there are people who've been assigned other locations and do want to actually move, and would that give them the opportunity to do that? And then bump others who have, been a long time at that location. So I would just, recommend that there's care taken with that in the process. So I guess in terms of the random assignment, when does that take place during the whole process? And could it be broken down into a couple of different random assignments? So, your first, if you were to prioritize registrations, And if you had that initial registration of current owners, current locker owners, or however you're going to give people who currently have the opportunity and a time period, could you potentially create the random assignments so those people are not in a larger pool of the entire population of locker renewals? So they get a little bit of an edge as to the location on their beach, for their beach locker.
That'll be up to, as I stated earlier, that'll be up to the folks in Bradley Beach telling us how they want that algorithm to work to do the random distribution.
Okay, but in the random distribution, can there be more than one phase of that distribution for a given summer season?
Well, so as I said before, it contracted is for us to do the randomizing once, and then from then on, the administrators can do it manually. So your administrators can phase it all they want, just they would enter those locker numbers manually later on. But we're not talking about, I think it sounds like after the first run, you're not gonna have a big ton of volume because there's a finite list of lockers and.
Very marginal, yes.
And it sounds like in that first one where your folks are renewing, you're getting just about everyone to begin with anyway, except for your handful of new folks that are coming on, so.
Okay, and so here's another recommendation, is to give some priority to residents versus non-residents. Can we do that? I understand that everything has to be accessible to all for our beach, but all of the Bradley Beach residents are going to pay through our tax dollars for this $1,800 and all of the other fees that go into our beach utility. So can residents have an edge in getting a locker? Can it be opened initially to the residents who, even the renewals to the residents, since there's such a demand for lockers for people potentially who are actually buying homes here or recently bought homes here and are waiting for a locker?
I think that would be difficult to do.
Because
We currently have a finite amount of lockers by beach and people are assigned to those lockers at this point. To undo that.
Maybe that's a discussion for the council to have for next year.
Because I would actually like to know those numbers, if you guys have the registration information, to know what percentage of locker renters are non-residents. Because, this is a service to, the beachgoers, it's a service to the residents, and we pay the taxes. So I'd really like to see, the residents have an opportunity to get lockers over non-residents. I think that's only fair to those of us living in Bradley Beach. So on one level, I would recommend it in terms of rates, for there to be a higher rate for a non-resident, just like non-members pay higher rates and so forth. They still have access. I guess it's a legal question to ask, but I would recommend that the locker rentals be higher for non-residents. And I would also recommend that there be some kind of a priority for those of us who are residents for access to our beach lockers in the best locations. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think
I just got some information about how many residents versus non-residents. It's 300 out of the 600, 300 are residents and 300 are non-residents. What are the chances?
50-50, so it said 75-25.
Yeah.
50% of non-residents?
Yep.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Just one quick question, Kim. Is Community Pass paid out of the beach fund?
It would be.
Yes, out of utility. Okay, let's move,
Mr. Mayor, I had my hand up.
we stopped taking questions, but we'll give you one more.
No, I just wanted to, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to address Shanna. In giving, I don't think you can give residents priority in the same way you can't have a two-tiered system for what you charge to get on the beach. If it's coming out of the beach utility, I don't believe that the existing law in the state of New Jersey will allow you to give residents priority. And that's all I had.
Thank you. Okay, the last workshop item is chapter 5 proposed amendments.
I'm gonna go ahead and leave your meeting. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, please do.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you.
All right, take care, folks.
I think the rest of our audience wants to leave.
No. A lot of time.
So chapter, somebody want to talk about chapter 5? I certainly don't.
So, well, I mean, I'll kick it off. It's a workshop, and the idea about workshop, we're supposed to talk about. Specifically, the council, the mayor, as well as myself, and perhaps others that contributed, but we've just run into administratively, the council has run into challenges regarding various gray areas in the law that don't specifically say you do A or you do B. We asked our borough council, Mr. Cannon, to help us address a lot of those areas. I think in total, there were 7 categories. Some of them are relatively minor, modest edits. Or I'll give you one simple example, moving 48 hours notice.
Can you just clarify exactly what chapter 5 is?
Yeah, sure, okay. Chapter 5 is a section of our borough code that governs rules and procedures that the council follows. And again, I think I'm hoping I'm going to be turning this over to our attorney, but just as a quick overview, because there are certain areas in our ordinances, this chapter 5 area, that we all wanted some clarification, some better guidance as to how to proceed. We did engage our borough attorney to look at this, to work with us to provide recommendations, which he and his firm have done. And I think if that's enough of an overview, I'd like to turn it over to our attorney's colleague.
If I could just actually ask one question prior to, I know that, our borough attorney, 2 weeks ago when this came up, sent us a memo extremely late that we weren't able to consider. That happened again today. I'm all okay to discuss with this. My question was, do we have printed out copies of what, Greg Cannon sent over around 3:30 today?
The ordinance, yeah, I put it up today.
Yeah, perfect. So I just,
Yeah,
just make sure everyone
yeah,
has access
yeah,
to all the
yeah.
information and it's perfect. Thank you.
So with that being said, do you want me to go through the revisions to the proposed amendments?
I would, and
John, it should be with your workshop stuff. Okay.
Ms. Bauer, my quick comment would be, we all know we're running fairly late again. This was the workshop we actually tabled 2 weeks ago. So I guess my hope is if you can keep it fairly high level so the audience has a sense of what's happening here, but not getting too in the weeds.
Sure. So the request for the proposals to the amendments was, there was 7 of them. The first one is to revise section 5-19, which is about the Department of Administration and the borough attorney and the borough engineer. The proposed change, if passed, would make the ordinance more consistent with the statutory requirements for the appointment of the borough engineer. It would be akin to the statute that requires the 3-year term of appointment, which would make it consistent. And that's really the only change for that one. The next one is 5-9 subsection A, which is the agenda process. The proposed changes. Let me just get this up. The proposed changes are to add or change the timeframes that public notice is given. So the preliminary agenda would be sent to the clerk for review 8 calendar days, which is 192 hours as opposed to 7 days and 168 hours that it currently is. Instead of the current approval and confirmation from council for additions to the agenda, it would be that any member of council can submit to the clerk at least as long as 150 hours prior to the opening of the scheduled meeting. And then at that point, there would be a review process added to the order of business at the meetings. So basically be a filtration process instead of that being done during the agenda making process. Upon the next change is to. Sorry. 5-9 subsection H, which is the quorum call. The proposed addition would be that at the completion of the roll call, the clerk will announce the names of other persons that are present at the meeting that are either borough employees or providers of professional services to the borough that are not otherwise on the roll call. The next change is to 5-9D, which is call to order. I'm sorry, I just did that one. 5-9A. Which is the agenda making process, which is going to have the addition of I just stated. What was it called?
Well, I might be able to help you just.
The review of the agenda is what it's going to be called.
Okay.
Sorry.
I could probably help you on this one. I don't want to take over at all, but just for the audience's benefit. The council collectively, I believe, wants to move to an open agenda process, which means basically any one of us can, it used to be the council kind of agreed beforehand, at least if you had a majority of the council, you agreed beforehand what would go on the agenda for the public. And the question was raised, well, are you effectively deliberating, not in front of the public, by deciding what goes on the agenda? So that was the question raised. And a solution that I think we largely have agreed upon is what Ms. Mallon was just describing, which is create an open agenda, which is you don't have to agree in advance. Everyone who wants something, every council member who wants something on the agenda can add it. And the process would look something like this. On Monday, a week plus before the meeting, we could all suggest things. Tuesday, Erica, our clerk, would put together a draft agenda. We could all look at that draft agenda. And then we would have a period of time. I think this captures till Thursday at 12:30 in the afternoon. So for whatever that remains. So Wednesday and half of Thursday, any of us could add additional things. It's all addition. We're not deliberating. Nobody's saying, I don't like that, take that off. What happens is you get a fairly big list. So, but then by Thursday at noon, or give or take 12:30, our clerk can begin the process of finalizing that agenda, get it out to the public by Friday at 6:30 or whatever it is, right, Erica?
Mhm.
And then what Ms. Fallon was just referencing is in our call to order, the order of business on the agenda, if we go with this process, the council in front of the public will deliberate about what items we want to leave on the agenda. So if Al Gubitosi has gone rogue and demands something on the agenda and the rest of the council doesn't like that item. On this revised ordinance, our attorneys have inserted right after roll call, a new step that would say review agenda. And the council in front of our public could say, I don't like item 15 and 17 and 22, whatever. By a vote of the majority, they could remove things before we ask for public comment, before we start going down that rabbit hole. Because the downside to the upside is we're creating a lot more transparency, and we're giving everybody a chance to input without anybody getting shut out, while we formulate the agenda. The potential downside is you create a much more robust agenda, and that's why we need to add the step that enables the council to remove things that the council in general thinks would not be beneficial.
Ms. Malman, that's that's.
Yes,
what
that's
we
what's the
discussed.
purpose, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then should I continue?
Yeah, keep.
Okay, and then the final change is to code section 5-22I, which is the purchase control. Currently, the statutory requirement is that anything above 17,500 needs to be approved or cannot be approved without having a resolution passed, or the current bid threshold of the borough is 44,000, the QPA. The proposed ordinance is to reduce that threshold from 44 to 4,000, which is allowable by state law, but it would then require anything that's above the $4,000 bid threshold or the QPA thresholds for professional service contracts to be approved by resolution by the council. And that's all.
So I'll just add a comment or two. Most of what you just heard, and again, there's a lot of detail here, and this is largely about cleaning up and clarifying discrepancies or misalignment between our borough ordinances and state statutes. And state statutes fall in two big camps. One is Faulkner Act, small municipality form of government. We have state statutes governing our form of government. We also have state statutes governing local contract law. So when you matched up local contract law and you matched up Faulkner Act state statutes with our borough ordinances, there were some inconsistencies or clarity that needed to be given that were causing challenges for this council to figure out who had authority to do what when. And a lot of these issues we've tried to address them through.
That's correct. And to just bounce off what you're saying, in addition to having it be more consistent with state statute, the Faulkner Act, and the code be aligned, there's also instances where state statutes or law does not explicitly provide for issues that might arise in the town. And so this also addresses some of those issues and provides basically a procedure on how to go about things that arise that are not necessarily spelled out for in the statutes.
But the last one that we went through, that is not the case.
What do you mean the left? What do you mean
The
that?
17,000, 17,500 and 44.
So so the statute puts the threshold at 17,500, but allows for the municipality to lower that threshold by passing a resolution.
Right.
Which is what the borough is
Right, and-
proposing to do.
Right, and there's a balance here of our administrator being able, she was.
There is, because
Balance of running the government, running the day-to-day operations and kind of handcuffing. I
That's
don't
correct.
see what the issue, I've not encountered any issues relative to that. And, you're trying to run the government on a day-to-day basis.
it also turns into an efficiency issue because $4,000 is much lower than 17,500 or 44,000. So before things are agreed to or done on a day-to-day basis, they would have to come before the council for anything above that amount. So 4,000 is the amount that the borough's proposed. And so it is kind of a balance of efficiency versus transparency and council approval.
Christina, do you know of any towns that are that low?
I personally don't. The state statute has, they've set a standard and a lot of towns decide to stick with that. Some lower it. It varies, but I don't personally know of anything that's 4,000.
Yeah.
And to be clear, that's professional services only, not other goods and services, correct?
Well, some goods and services fall under professional services, so it would really depend on what exactly we're looking at.
I know a challenge that I have perceived, and again, I personally could be flexible on that dollar amount, that threshold amount. But the real concept here that I was requesting, a reduction in the bid threshold. And primarily for professional service contracts. So broadly speaking, hiring an engineer, hiring an auditor or other professional service, firm. Is that once the council had hired one of these organizations, the council kind of lost sight of how much was being spent. A recent example that I'll just throw it out there, just to give the folks a sense for what I'm wrestling with. We have right now one professional services firm provided us a proposal. We had a resolution very clearly defining the dollars, very clearly defining the scope. The scope was $72,000 a year. I went through invoices and it was very clear by council resolution, anything above that scope, any additional services would be deemed out of scope and would require a change order. I shared this with the mayor last week. One particular example I looked at that I actually identified in a review of the bills list on January 25th. I followed up to say, what is going on here? Why was this what appeared to be an additional spend made? It looks to me like we spent over more than $36,000 above what we had agreed to. There were additional services that this vendor provided. So I'm not questioning the vendor. I did question, how was this authorized? It didn't come before the council. It was over the bid threshold. And there may be a very valid explanation, but I've asked a couple of times in the past week. I still don't have a response, so I don't know why those dollars were authorized, but it begged the question to me. We have the right to reduce a bid threshold. And personally, I like the idea as a steward of taxpayer dollars. I like the idea of the council reviewing spend in excess of a certain threshold, for the time being, call it $4,000. When we say, if we question that, if we say, why are we doing this? We don't think it's appropriate. Yes, it's inefficient in that we spend more time on something we wouldn't have before, but we have a chance to avoid that spend if it's not in the best interest of our public. So again, I'm not lobbying specifically for 4,000 versus 5 or 7, whatever. But I was lobbying for a lower threshold because I feel like we're not necessarily controlling the spend as efficiently and effectively as we can.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't agree with that because, our administrator, I think, does keep an eye on the dollars. I think that does operate within appropriate parameters. The example you're using, we know we had a significant issue around some of our financial services that were financial transactions over the last few years. So a lot of work's gone into that, and that's the service that was provided. We also had to pay, but we all knew that those analysis were being done. The BA kept below. We didn't know that we were doing financial analysis.
No, the first time I saw a payroll assessment was on January 25th on the bills list, and at that moment in time, I questioned it because it was something I had not.
But if I go back to last year, we said we had significant issues with payroll and paying people and the way we were paying people. So that analysis is what followed that concern that was raised. We've not, the BA has not gone over a threshold. The direction we gave her was to clean it up, fix it, and get it squared away, and we're almost there. But there's parts of what might seem to be not approved was a significant issue that was addressed by our financial services company. And again, we're almost to a point where we can start making those determinations. So
well, as far as I can tell, Mr. Mayor, we knew there were payroll issues. The council was not approached to say, we have a contract for $72,000 that you approved, council. We want to spend another $36,000. Do you give us your approval again? We were not asked to give that additional approval. As I understand local public contracts law, anything over $44,000 should have come to the borough council. And this is one example I pulled off a bills list, made me realize the council loses sight of the spend once we hire the vendor. And I wanted to ensure that the council had more of an opportunity to review significant additional spend. Now, again, whether it's 4,000 or 6,000, I don't care. I want it to be a much lower threshold. And we're talking about 17.5, but honestly, the threshold has been 44,000 because our QPA is allowed to approve things over up to 44,000. So I'm suggesting we go not from 17.5 to 4, but I'm suggesting from at the current moment in time, 44,000.
No, there's a difference in 17.5 and 44. Those are two different thresholds, and again, the BA is operated within those thresholds. So there's nothing that the BA or myself or anybody in the administration has done that's violated those thresholds. I think part of what we've got here.
I'm sorry.
The contingent. Go ahead, finish.
Well, you just made a statement that I think is wrong. I mean, can you clarify?
Look,
Nothing has been done that violated those thresholds. I just stated it. I sent you an email a week ago. I still have not gotten a response.
that doesn't mean that something's been violated. So I wouldn't want you to make an ascertain or assert something or make that kind of aspersion. It's not the case. You're basically saying that the BA is violated.
I asked the question and
And you will get an answer to that question. I think part of what's going on, which has been somewhat of a slippery slope since last May, is defining, what's the executive branch of a local government. You could take it at a federal level or at a local level. And what's the legislative? I believe that the administration's operated within those parameters. And this gray area, where this leaching one way or the other has been a move, stressing away from the executive into the legislative, whereas the legislative, yes, it's a check and a balance, but it's not a managerial function. And what I kind of see here is it's becoming a managerial function and it shouldn't be. So that's my view. I'll leave it at that.
I would say everything that Mr. Cannon and his firm has provided to us today is legally feasible. The firm would not provide this council with any guidance that was not legal, not appropriate. So we can all have somewhat differing opinions, but I think, and there have been many times where I've disagreed with Mr. Cannon's opinions on issues, but I think ultimately every member of this council has to ultimately respect the opinion he gives us. And in this case, everything that we're discussing today, he's had some challenges that members of this governing body have pushed back very aggressively at Mr. Cannon. I would say he's been under fire to make sure he gives us a very accurate representation of what he believes is the best legal response. And Ms. Malman, I'm speaking for him only because he's not here, but really, I would ask you to offer any comment you could to clarify.
Yes, I mean, all of the suggestions or proposed amendments are legal. I think it's just more so of an efficiency balance that needs to be addressed, but that's all, the mayor and council's decision.
Comments?
Yeah, comment. I think in the example given, we all knew there were payroll problems from the past. We all knew it was gonna take a lot of work to fix it, and we basically gave that direction to do that. But I agree that once it crossed a certain amount, a dollar amount, it should have come back to the council and said, in order for us to address this, we're going over the size of this contract that we have with the CFO's company. So, I mean, I agree that we should do it. In that example, it should have come back. Yes, we can argue about what is the number, but as he said, if it's running the government efficiently or transparency, I like the idea of having more transparency. So this is something that I'm willing to take a look at, give it a try. I'd argue about the number.
I wouldn't use the word transparency, but that's just me.
Well, it says right in our attorney's memo that what we're doing is balancing efficiency of running the government with transparency. So if you have an issue with the word transparency, you can take it up with Greg because he wrote the memo. I guess, Christina, you helped him write it. So, but that word's in the memo. So,
Thanks. Any other comments?
Yeah,
Councilman Gubitosi, can you just walk me through the review of agenda portion? I just want to make sure I'm fully understanding the proposal here.
Oh, yeah, the review of agenda, that was what, item 5 or 6 in the agenda. I know most of our audience doesn't have this, but, you know, in front of you, but we have a very, very specific sequence that our council agendas follow. You know, number 1, call to order, number 2, pledge of allegiance, number 3, Open Public Meetings Act statement. And you hear this every meeting you're at, we go in that same order. It's actually in our ordinance. Mr. Marco, to your point, you're asking about the new item number 5?
Correct.
So we're inserting, after roll call, we're inserting a new line item called review of agenda. And the concept there is, this is what I was trying to explain earlier. If we all have independently added agenda items, and for example, in the current state, if Al Gubitosi wanted to add an agenda item that you and Councilman Weber and the mayor all said, we don't like it. The current state, we would not add that agenda item. Because we, the council, 3 of us, at least majority, would have decided beforehand, no, Mr. Gubitosi, your item's not going to make the agenda. So now what happens is we can all add items to the agenda through 12:30 on Thursday, and that's when we all stop. No one adds anything on Friday. Our clerk has that much time to prepare the agenda, get it out to the public. But what happens is, a lot of us have one-off things, perhaps, that the rest of us don't think are worthwhile discussion. We don't want the public commenting on something that none of us even want to discuss. But we wait until the meeting, and as the meeting starts, we do roll call, and then we say agenda review. And at that point, everyone says, this agenda looks good, let's move forward. Or they say, you know, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to remove item 10, or, you know, whatever. I'd like to remove this resolution. And, you know, we identify, we as a council in front of the public. Mr. Cannon explained to me that's the most important part of this. We're doing this transparently in front of the public, not, you know, via back and forth emails the week before. We decide to remove certain things from the agenda.
And I just want to clarify that the process that is currently ongoing is not so much as the council taking action outside of the public eye. It's not done with a quorum that's decided. It's more so of one-on-one council communications directly with the clerk. And so this process not only streamlines things for the council members and the borough's employees, but it also is an over-encompassing agenda that would then, you would pull from it instead of it being pulled or never even making it on in the beginning.
So I guess that's my question. So what we're saying is that when a council member proposes something for the agenda, it will get heard in front of the public. It may not be that meeting. It might get tabled to the next meeting, but no resolution, no ordinance is going to get withdrawn completely.
That's not my.
No, that's not my understanding. It's the reverse of that.
If we all, that's the review of the agenda is when we decide this one doesn't make the cut and we don't agree to it. It was Al's crazy idea, or is this?
So essentially, what my fear is, I think there's gonna be a huge unintended consequence if we move forward in this path. So first, I think we're stifling a public debate of ideas, right? That's why we're up here. We represent all different members of the community, all different sections of the community. So to not have those ideas get their day in the sun is not what we were elected to do, right? We were elected to bring forth ideas, bring forth problems, and try to problem solve. So essentially, to me, what I can see happening, and there's been lots of discussion since the beginning about camps and divides and hostility and the community not coming together as one. So if we do something like this, I don't think moving forward, people will be able to run as independent candidates. Because essentially what we're saying, unless you have a slate of 3, you're not guaranteed to get anything on the agenda for the next 3 years. Is that right? Because three votes would control the agenda. So if people ran as an independent candidate, there's no guarantee that any of their thoughts, the ideas, the people that they're representing will ever get to be heard.
Go ahead.
I think that is true to an extent, because what But really, it's almost the reverse. So right now, what's happening is that there needs to be a support by the majority of council members in order to have your idea or whatever it is that you want on the agenda. This process would automatically put it on the agenda. And then if the mayor and the council at the meeting wants to remove it at that point, then it would be removed and not be heard. So it's really,
We're saying the same thing, and what I'm
right,
saying now
it's
is
the
that
same
in
thing,
order
it's
to
just when that's
guarantee,
happening.
excuse if I can finish, that in order to guarantee you have something on the agenda, you now need the support of 3. And the easiest way to guarantee you have the support of 3 is to run on a slate of 3 or more. So,
I don't think that's.
Well,
Again,
there already is a requirement to have 3.
Well,
The current ordinance requires a majority, requires,
But a majority is required today.
right, exactly.
yeah,
And the difference is, and when you talk running on slates often disagree issue to issue. And in fact, if you want to think about slates and you're talking about that independent person. If there really was the slate all locked in and that independent person today was trying to get something on the agenda. Today, they wouldn't be able to do it. I did not propose this. This was something Mr. Kennedy came to me because I liked the way it was. For what it's worth. But I saw the value in this because you're concerned. Now, let's say you're that independent person, candidate, that slate that wants something on there. You put it on there. We have this council agenda discussion and you say, we're discussing it. It's not just we make a motion and delete.
oh, so there is discussion.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think it's called the agenda discussion.
Okay.
And the idea would be, you would say,
No, there would be no discussion.
oh,
It would just be a vote to remove something because you can only discuss something once there's a motion and it's seconded. For a vote on whether it's gonna pass
oh,
or
but,
not.
okay, right. But we'd have the discussion upon voting. So,
No,
no, how does that work?
because then you're basically having it on the agenda and you move forward with the vote. So if you're gonna have a review of the agenda, it would just be. So for example, I would like to remove resolution XYZ. If someone wants to second that, it would be seconded. There would be no public comment, or I'm sorry, there would be no council comment because it's not seconded for a vote. It's seconded to be removed. So it's not on the table to be voted on.
Okay, I did not appreciate that. My understanding is, to me, this was a concession I thought I was making to at least give those people with their lone ideas an opportunity to have it viewed by the public. So the public could say, I can't believe this council is not moving forward with Ms. DeMarco's issue or item. Whereas otherwise, Ms. DeMarco wouldn't even had a chance to get that out in front of the public.
Well, that wouldn't be even able to be commented on until the end of the meeting because it's technically
Right.
not going to be on the agenda to be commented on during the first comment, the way that this borough operates. And I just wanted to also note that this type of review process is also going to be, it should be considered for efficiency purposes and the amount of items that are being presented on the agenda, because the clerk is going to have to prepare potential resolutions for issues that might not even be considered at the meeting at all.
Right.
And so I think that the council should just be mindful of that strategic element of this type of process.
And I think you're absolutely right, that's the balancing act. My understanding was, the clerk spends an awful lot of time right now because we all haggle behind the scenes leading up to this, whereas now the clerk really would only have to just add the things that are requested and then, then. So I was under the impression it would free up the clerk's time.
Well, should we have to draft resolutions?
If I may, it won't. And I'm being honest. I think right now. The new agenda review process. Involving all of us quarterly. I think is probably the best idea. Everybody gets, pardon the expression, piece of the pie. You all get a quarter. You get to say what you want, you get to put what you want on there, and all of you can collaborate separately. Okay, you know what, Jane, you can say, Al, I want this on the agenda, please, during your time, maybe bring this up. So I think maybe if we could just try this first. And see how it works. I honestly, I think you could all work together very well with this process. as opposed to changing this again and going through the expense and the hassle. That's just my opinion, but it's not gonna free up my time.
Can I ask you a question, Christina? 'Cause,
Sure.
I think I understand this concept on the open agenda, but I didn't really understand that we have to go there. The memo from you and Greg said something about, you know, is it really wrong the way we're doing the process now, just sort of behind the scenes, like, okay, you want this on the agenda, you want this on the agenda, we've changed our process, so if 3 people want it, it gets on the agenda. I mean, thank goodness we at least have that, right?
That's the way that it's currently functioning is, in our opinion, legal. There's nothing wrong with the way you're functioning because you're not operating as a entity, you're not operating as a council. We're doing this separately. I think that's just for logistical purposes is why this is being presented. It's not so much as legalities, it's more so of basic procedure.
But if you're voting,
No one's voting because there's nothing,
well, you are, if you're saying the majority of the council wants something. That's it, it's a de facto vote, is it? not?
it's support to have the agenda. Most governing bodies operate in this way where there is some sort of preparation of the agenda that needs to be finalized or approved by a majority of the governing body. It's not necessarily that you're taking action because there's nothing to take action on. You're
Well, if something doesn't get on the agenda, you are taking an action that you're not.
no, I think it's more so if you're just silent and not in support of that.
You know, I'm saying if somebody, if Council President DeMarco wanted something on the agenda in the current deal. And 3 council people say, nope, I don't want that on the agenda.
Well, that's not how
That's-
forgive me, Mayor, I don't think that's necessarily how it's operating. It's more so that they just don't give their 2 cents for lack of a better term.
No, today, I mean, in 2022, that was the process. Things did not get on the agenda based on votes.
The council,
I can't agree that there were votes taken
no,
outside of.
Well, no, if you say a majority of the council doesn't want this on, that's a de facto vote.
I'm not saying that they don't want it on, they're saying they're not supporting to have it put on.
And then it doesn't go on.
Ms. Bellman, the issue was, and we were told by our business administrator, we can't put something on the agenda unless we have 3 council people put in writing that they would like it on the agenda.
That's
No.
your current ordinance. I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's what we were told. The council was told that, and it was extremely condescending for me to say, and again, John Weber, if I was reaching out to John Weber and saying, John, I'd like this on the agenda, he wouldn't necessarily say, I'm gonna vote with you. But he would say, I'm okay with putting that on the agenda. And we were told we needed 3 people saying it was okay to put it on the agenda. Now, what's really, really crazy about this discussion is I was fine with the current status, but it was actually the mayor, and I was waiting, Larry, for you to say something about this in its defense, because you were the one frustrated by the fact that you felt people were violating Open Public Meetings Act. There's all sorts of emails back and forth on this.
Yes.
Right?
I do believe that.
And this is
because-
supposed to be a solution that
Yeah.
is better for you.
Yeah.
All right, well,
And
thank you for saying
If
that.
I could just say though, like, because
I'm saying it's better than
The current
prior, yeah.
Yeah, so when we had been talking about an open agenda, which I am in support of, but an open agenda is anybody can put anything on. And then it's discussed, and how council exercises their viewpoint of not agreeing or disagreeing is either by voting yes or by voting no, but the conversation is had in front of the public. The public can put in their input and provide comments. So when we were talking about open agenda, I am in support of that. To me, when there is a vote, it's no longer an open agenda. Now it is a controlled agenda by a majority of council. Because in the earlier vein, I saw the strikeout by a majority of council, and I thought that was to move in the direction of an open agenda.
I think, again, this is why we have workshops, so we can all, work through this. And again, Mr. Cannon laid this out, and I thought it made sense, and I said, yeah, it sounds good to me, but again, we all need, that's it. The only issue would be that, it's conceivable we have 20 extra items that none of us supported, and that would take a lot more time But to your point, it would give it whoever was an advocate for that idea a chance to get and discuss about it.
And I think the workaround on that was to create this idea of date certain, saying if we got 16 items on an agenda. Let's say these 8 happen this meeting, and let's date certain those to this date, the next meeting, and say that they have to be on the next meeting.
I mean, again, just to move this forward and to get everybody home by midnight. I personally don't have a problem with what you're advocating, Meredith, to say. We all get the opportunity to add, and I'm sorry, Erica, I know it's not as easy maybe for you. But if it's going to enhance transparency and let the public hear even the rogue idea that only Al Gubitosi wants to advocate for. I mean, I would not have a problem with that. I guess we just all have to see how much extra time is devoted to our meetings. Hopefully there aren't a ton of rogue ideas. Maybe we're talking 2 or 3 items.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine, I have not been on council long, but I've been watching meetings and there hasn't seemed to be too many of those, right? And when our meetings do go long, even like it did 2 weeks ago, to me, that was a very important public discussion. It's also why I was elected, was to listen to the comments of the public. And so it's something that I personally don't mind doing.
And just a question, Ms. Malma, if we wanted to strike that addition, the review of agenda, I think you were saying the same thing, right? That then we would just, as a council, vote on each item, discuss each item. But we wouldn't be withdrawing any items. Would that be?
As part of the regular agenda, voting on each item and discussing each item as part of the regular agenda.
I don't necessarily believe that's what this would entail. If this were to move forward, it would be basically a portion of the meeting where someone can make a motion to remove or pull an item from the actual agenda.
Right.
And at that time, a vote would be taken as to whether or not the council wants to do so.
But I was asking if we strike this, if we don't have that.
If you want to take out this proposed revision.
I'm not advocating for it, I'm just asking the question, if we took out this one proposed revision. Then all of these items that we've all individually added perhaps. We would vote on, discuss them and vote on them all.
Yes, the way that your proposed amendments are working together now and cohesive, they are working together. So if you pull one, the other one would still stand. So you would still have an open agenda process, but you would not then review that at the meeting.
You wouldn't pull anything.
You wouldn't be able to pull it.
And in fact, you could have competing. You could have one council member saying, I want a resolution that says, go buy this building. And another council member says, I want a resolution that says, we're gonna spend that money on something else.
Right,
Or-
which I think that we've seen recently. And so it would be most likely that often. It might be necessarily so that there could be competing or contradictory resolutions quite often.
Well, to your point, we've been seeing that recently, and it's because.
You've been operating, kind of trying
because
this
one
out, right?
person's been adding things to the agenda.
Well, I think you were trying to explore the possibility of having the open agenda process recently, right?
Mhm.
So that's why I'm saying it's, you know,
Oh, kind of toying with it right now.
right, exactly, you're toying with it, so.
Okay.
We probably need to move.
Yeah, if I can just add one other thing, I just want to say that I think part of the reason we're here is because as recently as December, we had items on the agenda that 3 people on the council did not agree that should be on the agenda, and our ordinance right here says, with respect to the agenda, approval must be made by a majority of the council, at least 3 council members, to finalize the agenda. Yet in December, we had a couple of items that were on the agenda. There weren't, only 2 people wanted them on the agenda, 3 didn't, so we have to begin the meeting with the process of saying that they were improperly on the agenda and taking them off the agenda. So this is, we wouldn't be here if that kind of stuff wasn't happening, I don't think. So we are trying to solve a real problem here, if it's with open agenda, or if it's trying to give this process that we're trying now, more time. I don't really know, but that's why we're here, because that stuff happened.
Okay, we'll try to keep the public comments limited because we've really got to kind of move on. Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I appreciate you doing this. I know you said at the last meeting, Mayor, that you've been stubbing your toe with the agenda. This does seem to be a way to resolve it, and I appreciate the council doing the workshop on this. One thing I really want to ask for, selfishly for myself and the public, is that the agenda can be posted on Friday at 6:30. You know, the powers that be move the date from Tuesday to Wednesday, but the unintended consequence is, you know, we work. It's nice to get the agenda Friday and be able to research it as a resident over the weekend. And so I hope that will be included in this.
It is included in this, we moved it to 72 hours.
I post it now on Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the mayor said he would try, but that it would be up Monday at the latest,
There were
but it's like, we need a
Okay,
specific.
let me just explain, when that happened, it was in January when that happened,
Yeah.
okay, it did happen for a reason. I said, okay, understood, things do happen sometimes, but I said, just because we are changing the date of our council or day of our council meeting. As far as I'm concerned, only the day changed, the way it runs, as far as when I post things, that is not going to change, there was a reason. Why it was posted those 2 Mondays, unfortunately, and they were. Unfortunate circumstances, I didn't want to do that, believe me, neither did the mayor.
But if it's in the ordinance, then we know what it is.
No, I know what you're saying, but I do post it every Friday before a meeting, I think you all know this by now.
And then also on the section about the $4,000 cap. It's uncontrollable if somebody doesn't really watch it. And to have that extra set of eyes of the council, we have a lot of people here now who read the bills list. And are surprised, like, well, when was this approved? We got this couple bills here, I mean, I don't want to break it down and embarrass the vendors, but it's not their fault. They're just submitting bills and they're getting paid and 20,000, 5,000 twice. It's like, we should know what it was, what the contract was. And I appreciate you doing that in transparency for the residents. Thank you, Mayor.
Other questions? No other questions? We'll move then to the next. Oh, is there anybody out? There's nobody out there. Okay. We'll move to presentations and bids. We don't have any bids, but we do have a presentation. Last meeting, we have a kind of a tradition of thanking people that chair commissions and committees or our longstanding members. Example, Vicki Johnson at the library was on that board for 20 years and came off as president, the chair, and left the board last year, as did Terry Rosenberg. George Hepler just came off the Shade Tree Commission. We do have another certificate of appreciation, and I'll read, presented to Meredith DeMarco. Mayor and council recognizes the dedication, long hours of hard work that Meredith DeMarco devoted to the Bradley Beach Environmental Commission. This conscientious volunteer spirit provides tremendous support to municipal officials, for our employees, and for our residents, and will always be appreciated. It's awarded today, the 22nd of February, 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Very kind, very unnecessary, but really I have to thank Councilman Weber, who was the person who brought me onto the Environmental Commission 6 or 7 years ago. And if I didn't take a moment to brag about how amazing our Environmental Commission is, it is stacked. We have members who, we have members who are experts in human health and toxicology, who are members of Green Faith, members of Clean Ocean Action, members of the American Littoral Society. We have communications professionals. We have somebody who represents the arts community on the Environmental Commission. I am so proud of the work they did, which really was a teamwork, I think, of Councilman Weber and I as chair, council liaison for many years. So thank you, and I come to leave there.
Thank you again. Okay, gonna move to minutes, approval of minutes for February 8th, 2023, council business meeting minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatasi?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
And thank you, because that was the most brutal set I have ever done since I've been employed here.
Thanks for double siding it.
Okay, public comments pertaining to 2/22/23 agenda, 5-minute limit, please. Any comments? Yes.
Thomas J. Colan, 612 Third Avenue. Mayor, I have a question about this new hire employee memo. Shouldn't it read old hire employee memo? These employees were hired in September and October of 2022. The public is only finding out about it now.
Yeah, it was an oversight.
For 6 months, it was an oversight.
Yes, it was.
Maybe we do need more oversight and transparency.
Yeah.
I'm just puzzled, Mayor, because you said tonight, that, about you mentioned the rules of engagement. Well, item number 4 says we have an open government that accurately and truthfully represents information to each other and to the public. Yep, that is your rules of engagement, which you commented on tonight, which you seem to stretch when you feel like it. And it's not comfortable for the residents.
Well,
We have full-time employees that the council is only hearing about tonight, and the public is only hearing about tonight. That's quite an embarrassment. You should be apologizing.
thank you, thank you,
Please apologize incessantly.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the agenda? If not, we'll move to ordinances. There are no introductions or adoptions. Communications, we have a new hire member for Borough Hall Administrative Office and Finance, Library Board Trustee appointment, and a Shade Tree Commission two appointments in the Shade Tree Commission. Resolutions. Go to those, individual resolution.
Have one public comment by email, and it was regarding something that is on the agenda, if you don't mind.
Yep.
Okay. So this came from Tim Sexsmith, and it's towards the attorney. The question is towards the attorney. Mr. Sexsmith is asking resolution number 2023-76, non-payment for unauthorized professional services, asking in the attorney's opinion, is the resolution legal and or enforceable? Is it in conflict with any state statutes or purchasing QPA regulations?
So it's not enforceable because it's more of an advisory and a warning to our current professionals. Whether action results from that and because of it, or whether the council decides to not approve any additional work by these professionals is a different scenario than what the resolution is going to achieve. It's more so of a warning. And as a that's really, does that answer the question? I mean.
Yeah, I think that answers.
Yeah, I would say that.
I mean, it's, there's nothing to enforce in the resolution. It's just a warning to our professionals.
Okay.
But whether their actual underlying contract is enforceable is separate. And it's not advisable that, like my firm does not advise that, these things not be paid to professional servicers. But it's more so of a warning.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you, Christine.
Okay, individual resolutions, 2023-77, bill list February 22, 2023, make a motion to,
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Could I ask you a question on the bills list?
yeah.
I mean, I have citations on pages 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 14, 16, 18, and 20. I don't need to take us through all this, but my question in general. This bill list includes payments that seem to be for invoices given to the borough in July and August, September. It seems like a very, and again, I can give specific references. And I mean, as an example, I'm just going to randomly pick, what am I, page 8. Okay, this is actually not horrible because it was a November 4th payment, but some of these go back to July or page 6. Preston Technology, August, also page 6. Darlene Montanaro, September. My question is just, why are these bills list payments showing up 5-6 months after they appear to have been invoiced? What's the delay, or is there a delay?
I would say there probably was a delay. Having a new employee, learning the system, catching, so it's basically catching up. She's catching up on a lot of things. There was a lot going on, my hands, a lot of moving around. So yeah, you're gonna see a lot of bills, I think. Maybe not so much anymore, because they are getting very caught up and they're doing very well.
Okay, so best of your knowledge, though, we went 5 months or more, but one of these was July.
Yeah, you could have some, this
It's
situation where
possible,
a PO wasn't sent in.
maybe a PO wasn't signed, it could be
Or
a number of
purchase, a
reasons.
work order or purchase order,
Mhm.
which we've been really extremely sharp in going after in the last couple months. If you don't have a purchase order, if you don't have a work order, you got a problem.
And I don't know if this is the case, but I know at my job, I'm getting hit with all these POs because people are trying to wrap up their end of the year
Yes,
accounts.
yes.
And then all of a sudden it's, oh, I forgot to bill the township for those awards they ordered 3 months ago. So I don't know if that's the case here, but I feel.
Some of that, but it's.
I can say with my experience working in accounts payable before I was a clerk, it happens, and it could happen for a number of reasons. You might not, like, sometimes you didn't receive an invoice. The vendor didn't sign the PO. And I'm talking, you sent it like 3 times, hello, I need your signature before I could pay this. So it could be a number of reasons,
It just seemed like.
but it is possible. It's not impossible.
Yeah, I mean, I've got 8 or 9 pages listed, some of them have multiple items, so. I mean, there's at least 10, if not more. That we're all stimulating very late. But just, I'm curious, because I've just heard, more word of mouth issues about issues we've had with Home Depot or, issues in terms of prompt payment. So I actually, with this in mind, went to look specifically, I always look at the dollar amounts. But tonight, or preparing for the meeting, I looked at the dates and I'm like, this is still holding true.
And there are some vendors, I mean, it is just, it can take months to get a signature. Home Depot could be, could be one of them. It's, you know what I mean? Like, it's not going directly to a person to sign. It's going to a company, so it's got to go through these different channels.
Okay, well, thank you. I
You're welcome.
wanted to bring that
Yep.
up and
Mhm.
I think I'll keep an eye on this going forward, just to make sure that we catch up, as you said.
Yeah, I have a couple bill list questions. Well, I don't know if somebody can answer them, but on page 4, the laptop, they did $5,700, and I was like, that seems like an expensive laptop, but am I correct that this is multiple laptops? or-
I believe so, yes. Mhm.
Okay, so do we know who got new laptops?
Offhand, I do not know, but I know some of the employees to get
Okay,
laptops.
so some of the new employees, okay, so these are the.
Yeah, and it is
initial-
more, I can tell you that's more than one. We wouldn't just spend that much on one laptop.
Okay, I can't ask this because it's about the attorney, so maybe I'll wait on that one on page 21. Sorry, I just, this one, I no indication of what this thing is. Yorktel Mercantile Module, $6,400.
That I don't know, John,
What's the
sorry.
mercant- well, I'm not asking you. Mary, do you have any idea what a mercantile module is?
I don't.
Okay. And then,
Is it the mercantile fee and permits, like the database or like whatever system they use there?
Something look up pilot.
I looked it up.
oh, okay, great.
Yeah, it's one of those softwares that they track all the stuff.
So we pay $6,400 to them so we can keep track of everybody with the mercantile license. Okay. Probably break even proposition. And then this one is actually, it's about the legal fees, but it's kind of similar to Councilman Peters' question, like some of these. For the legal services, is it like, do they start working on something and then we don't get billed until the thing's resolved? Because some of these are really old, not just from 2022, but from 2021. So do we have any idea, like, because
Yeah, it's a combination of a couple of things. It's the firms. In some cases, in other cases, it's stuff not matching up. Particularly, we've been working with this on the legal side.
what do you mean stuff not matching up on that?
Again, if you have an estimate of what what it's gonna cost and what it comes in at, it doesn't match. Payables won't pay. Until it matches up, until there's an understanding that there's the paperwork, that the approvals are there. The alignment of the cost, so it's a control.
Okey doke, so some
Control sometimes bites you in the ankle.
No, but so they're old because of like, basically because of control.
Yeah.
And is in a good way, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, did somebody second the bill list?
A second,
Mr. Markham,
yes.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Three seventy-eight, authorizing the appointment of Edward J. Hagerman, I'm sorry, and Christopher J. Sandrine as probationary firefighters for Bradley Beach Fire Department. Make a motion to approve 2023-78.
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-79, authorizing Monmouth County Mosquito Control Division to conduct aerial mosquito control operations within the borough of Bradley Beach. Make a motion to approve 2023-79.
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
My favorite resolution, yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yeah. 2023-80, approval of Mary's Place by the Sea to conduct her 5K walk run for Saturday, October 14th, 9 to 12. It's the pass through walk only. Make a motion to approve 2023-80.
A second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-81, authorization to award the Ocean Park Avenue Stormwater Outfall Emergency Repair Contract to George Farms Construction Resolutions tabled. This resolution was tabled from 2 council meeting. Make a motion to approve 2023-81.
81 wasn't tabled.
It wasn't?
No,
Oh,
no, that's,
I'm sorry.
that's,
I'm sorry.
it's okay. Okay,
Second.
yes, okay. Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Ms. DeNoble?
I just have a quick comment. I'm just happy to see that when you're using this Monmouth County business, they get a stellar reputation and really great price. And I'm saying, yeah.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes, 2023-72, authorizing the administrator to qualify purchasing agent to obtain cost estimate for alternative options to address leaking roof at the Ozzie Center.
I think we.
These are the ones that were tabled
Right.
from the last meeting.
Mr. Mayor, you're gonna, if you want to invite discussion, I was gonna suggest that maybe we table this because based on Mr. Stefabrino's presentation, I don't think we want to move forward with other quotes here.
Yeah, I would, so if you'd like to make a motion to table it.
Table or withdraw?
You want to table it? Withdraw it, yeah.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, what if after his follow-up, I mean, it could be months from now, but maybe we ultimately do want to do this.
Yeah.
Do we withdraw it or do we just reintroduce it as a new?
You could just do a new one probably, because it would kind of be a whole new set.
Since you're the one doing it, so.
Well, actually, I'll have the attorney helping me, but no, I mean, you might have a whole set of new things that need to be added into that resolution, so I would say do it, withdraw it, that's my opinion.
Al, I feel like when you asked him the question about how long it would take, he told you,
6 weeks.
you know, yeah, but he also said we could move forward with getting bids on the repair at the same time on the parallel track.
Yeah.
So I'm like, so I'm wondering, why wait till that comes in, you know what I'm saying?
So I wish Ms. Humphrey was here because at our last meeting, I used that exact phrase, parallel track, and I was told, in front of whoever might have been here then, I was told that once we go down that path, we basically need to accept one of the bids.
We do.
Correct.
Unfortunately.
Okay, right.
So we can't really do parallel path. I was hoping we could. But for that reason, it sounds like. It sounds like.
This one doesn't use the word bid, so it's,
73.
I'm talking about 72, that's what we were.
No, you're right. you're right.
72 is for
73
alternative
is the
options.
bids, right?
Okay, so you're like, so with 73, if we pass that, we're locked in, we're taking a bit.
That's what the experts said.
Okay.
Well, or does somebody make a motion to alter this to accepting the, or is it a motion? Accepting the recommendation of the architect.
He was gonna give us a proposal,
They say we give a proposal,
and he said within a week's time, within a week's time, give us a proposal,
uh,
or 2 weeks, 2 weeks.
yeah,
No, I'm talking about the actual proposal to repair the roof as is. Number 73. That what 73 is authorizing to advertise for bids for
the actual repair,
the actual repair.
Yeah.
Maybe like a benefit, so that'd be going to
yeah,
other benefits.
yeah.
The low bid wins.
Mhm.
Right, yeah, that's why I'm thinking we were saying we draw 73, but right now we need to address it.
All right, but wait, let me ask you a question on this, on 63, if we do that, couldn't we just reject all the bids?
No.
Oh, we can't.
No, that's why. That's what I thought we had parallel path opportunities, and apparently we don't.
So, I think, and again, Kim wasn't feeling well, so she had to leave, but, I think we probably could have spent more time developing these couple of, we tabled them, we put them back on, we probably should have tweaked them and altered them a little bit before the meeting. But we didn't, so it's good we're talking about it. I mean, we should be talking about it.
So I kind of feel like what I heard from the public is like, look, we're gonna own this building forever. Let's not do the cheap, fix the flat roof. Like if this building could be more, let's make this building more, at least, from a few people. And I, for a while, wanted to see these options and then compare. We already know what repairing the roof would cost. So, yeah, we're gonna have to spend money to find out what these other options would cost, but I don't see another way around this for me. Maybe you gotta wanna vote the other way, that's fine, but I feel like I would like to actually.
So are you talking about 72 or 73?
I'm talking about 72.
Okay.
I would like to see, I know it's gonna cost us money to get these other options, but I'd like to see those options.
Now, Mr. Settembrino said he would give us a proposal to move forward within a couple of weeks. We could table this and then authorize him to move forward in our next.
Yeah, you
meeting.
could do that.
That's fine.
So, because this is just authorizing him to move forward and do the calculation, but we need to get his proposal first.
But he's not gonna do it unless we.
No, he'll give us a proposal for free. He's
Did
gonna
he say
say,
that?
I'm gonna charge you $50,000 to give you these 3 analyses. And if we say, okay, we want to move forward with that, then I think we would approve this resolution. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah. Sounds about right to me.
So table.
I'll make a motion that we table.
Okay, but I'm like, well, then why wait a week? Like, what's the advantage of waiting to the next meeting?
What if he said
That's got out of that, right?
$500,000
Christina?
and we don't want to move forward?
I don't
He
think
would,
that's, he's gonna charge us to
come to
come up with
the
the
council
act,
within a couple
with
of weeks
the,
with an answer.
That's what he said.
That's what, yeah, okay, that's the way I took it.
sorry. Well, I missed that.
No, I agree with what Councilman Gubatose was saying. I was just conferring with Christina if she thought the same thing, so.
I mean, why don't we wait and see his proposal? Just maybe, maybe.
Because I don't think he's gonna give us a proposal unless we do this, and he's gonna expect to get paid for it, but if you tell me I'm wrong, then that's fine, but that's.
Well,
But if that turns out not to be the case, we can just do this one. Too, right? If it's not gonna be for free and he is gonna charge us, then.
Sure, but it is. Thought time was kind of a.
He definitely said he put together a proposal. And he won't charge. Famous last words, he shouldn't charge for a proposal. Just to keep this open, I'll make a motion that we table this. Resolution 2023-72. Until we hear back from Mr. Settembrino.
I'll second that.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
2023-73, authorizing the administrator QPA to advertise for bids for the Biazi site with the center roof repair.
And I think this is the one we probably should withdraw.
I would agree with that.
Otherwise,
Because I think if we go out for bid and we are then hamstrung.
And he said he had a good review.
Practical matter is though now, as we know, we've got a ticking clock that we've got to deal with here across the parking lot. So I'd make a motion to withdraw this.
Second. Oh, sorry. Were you gonna comment?
You can second, no.
Mr. Marco?
Yes. I'll second.
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-76 resolution of payment restrictions on professional services rendered for borough. Council has not been advised or been made unaware.
This discussion.
Someone's gonna have to offer this.
Hallelujah. should we discuss? Okay. I know, Mr. Sexsmith asked, was this legal or, was it enforceable? And Ms. Malamuth at least addressed the issue that it's legal and there's not a question of enforceability until somebody challenges us. But I will say that I asked for us to, in fact, I stated a few meetings ago that I wanted this communication made because we're at a juncture right now where a handful, specifically four of our professionals have not yet received council validation that we want to extend them this year. So they're kind of in a holdover status. They were our professional services firms officially through 12/31/22. But because we have not yet as a council voted to renew them, nor have we voted to not renew them. I mean, they're officially not renewed, but they're in a holdover status. My concern with that was we, the council, at some point in the near future will presumably vote, and there may be one or more of these firms that we choose not to renew. And my concern was we needed to give them at least warning. My fear is they would continue to work, do work for the borough, rack up invoices. And at least I wanted them to understand that they haven't been authorized yet by the full council. They're in a holdover status. So I spoke with Mr. Cannon. I said, how can we at least notify them? How can we make them aware? And Mr. Cannon did point out that the council controls the purse strings. The council can't control the nomination, but the council can control whether or not we pay a vendor. Problem with that is if they do a lot of work and we haven't warned them, then we don't pay them. There's a risk that they would sue us, or they certainly, it's not an ethical way to do business. And the suggestion was basically create a resolution that just notifies them, you haven't been officially retained by the borough in 2023. And therefore, if you haven't been officially sanctioned by the council, you're at risk of not getting paid. That's basically what this says. I don't know if anyone else has comments.
I think the four it's actually three or four positions are aware. And we still need a resolution. I don't mean a resolution in this sense, but we're still working through that resolution. There's still, in my mind, there's still a couple of questions that need to get answered.
Well, again, we won't necessarily take that action. We may or we may not, but at least this is letting them know they haven't officially been. The point of this was to notify them.
They're aware that they haven't been officially appointed, obviously.
And for the public's benefit, the final comment here is, be it further resolved that the borough clerk shall immediately notify all professional services contractors affected by this resolution of the intent of the borough council. So it's just a formal way of notifying everybody. Anyway, that's my comment. So any other discussion? Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 2023-76. Announcing payment restrictions on professional services rendered for which the borough council has not been appraised or was unaware.
Second.
Mr. Marco?
No.
Mrs. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
No. There are no announcements. We'll go to mayor and council reports. So we'll start with Councilwoman.
I just have a quick question before I do my report. I meant to ask this earlier. With this new person, Allison Gavin and Yvette Mooney, I see their administrative assistant and accounts payable. Were they replacing people or these new positions?
Oh, no, we've always had an accounts payable clerk.
Yeah, we always had an accounts payable person. Last person's name was.
Melissa, I was before, so I was left, I guess.
She left last year, and payroll was a combination of Melissa.
Melissa and Sandy.
Sandy. So, that's what.
Sandy had left too, or?
Yeah, Sandy resigned last year.
Oh, Sandy, right. so,
Yeah, yeah.
okay, I got it, okay. Thank you for clarifying. Okay. So it's been a very busy 2 weeks. I wanted to follow up on the rental ordinance that was being discussed at the last meeting. I want to thank everyone that attended. I want to thank you for your letters, your emails, meeting with me, phone calls. It's been hugely helpful, and we have met with, actually Councilman Kubatowski and I met with Paul Murphy, the code officer, and we spent a lot of time, and we spoke with Christine Bell. And we're incorporating all the feedback we got, and we're redrafting the ordinance, and we're really on a roll. And I think it's going to be much better, and I do hope that we have something, hopefully next month, for another council workshop on that. And I wanted to commend Robin Flipsy on that asset management. I thought it'd be interesting too. I think another huge asset we have is all our vehicles. And I'd love to know like what we have, what we need, and what we don't need. And maybe we could sell those unused vehicles that we talked about with even the greenhouse, even if they get scrapped, like.
There's no vehicles there.
Well-
There's bicycles and
Okay,
fertilizer and other things.
okay, well.
You don't wanna know what's in that greenhouse.
You know, if any, there's maybe some vehicles that are not being used, maybe we could just,
Yeah, I
that's
just
fine.
don't want people thinking that greenhouse is some repository. It's kind of the old, the garage that never got cleaned. That's kind of what
That would be a really nice dog park area. So onward to. Okay, there was not a meeting for the shade tree, but I do want to remind everybody that we're going to be doing a planting in April. So if you'd like an honor tree or a wishing tree, I do have extra forms with me. You can pick these up also in the front office, and it's also on the website. I did have an opportunity to meet with one of the newest members, Caroline Davidson. She is quite the knowledgeable person. She has a biology degree and she's an environmental scientist, and she's certainly going to be an asset for the Shade Tree Commission. We totally geeked out and we talked about native trees and species and shrubs and grasses. So it was a really great meeting, and I look forward to our next planting. With this school, Bradley Beach Elementary School, the PTA is having gift auction March 3rd, 19th. And the music program will be performing at the New Jersey Devils game, March 21st. And they had their school spirit week, was a huge success. Oh, they celebrated 100 days of schools and spearheaded by the first graders, and they highlighted 100 reasons why we love Bradley Beach Elementary School. And they had Kindness Month was also celebrated, included a daily challenge of kindness. And I also, whose phone is pinging? Anybody?
Fortunately, I'm trying to turn it off right now. I'm trying to
Okay.
find a report. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My apologies. I'm trying to
Thank
find a
you.
report.
Okay, so New Jersey, on February 13th, I attended the New Jersey School Boards Association. We went over the strategic planning. We had the meeting at the Bradley Beach Elementary School with the school board. These people are really dynamic and are into it. And we talked about determination, dream, and destiny by design. And very proactive. They create organizational visions for the future success of the school. So really great group. And also Councilman Kubatowski brought this to my attention. This Vinco Paul, he recently secured massive aid for school districts, and he's going to help us apply for aid through the New Jersey Department of Education. They put an emphasis on providing funds for priorities, including equipment, supplies, technology, furniture, school buses, and other transportational costs. And we're hoping a boiler might be in that description as well. And let's see, I think this, so then, I met with 7 local elected officials. 6 were council people and 1 was a mayor. And they were from Seagirt, Spring Lake, Belmar, Wall, and Spring Lake Heights. And our group, we introduced ourselves and we said what we do and who we are. And our group consisted of a social worker, a teacher, a CFO, a CEO, a doctor, and a mayor. And they were all women. And they were very inspired. I got inspired by them, their passion, their energy, their dedication. And we shared delightful conversations about sewers and garbage and trucks. And we also had serious conversations about professionals saving tax dollars and the offshore moratorium letter that the Spring Lake mayor recently signed. And we're going to continue to gather, discuss, communicate, and collaborate in the future. One more thing I attended, like I said, I was busy these last 2 weeks. I went to East Rutherford and with the New Jersey League of Municipalities, I attended an orientation for municipal officials that are newly elected, re-elected, or experienced. Councilman Gubitosi also attended this, and we discussed budgeting in the municipal world, labor relations, what you need to know, your leadership role and working with your professional staff, the importance of working with your clerk. I thought Eric would like that one. Access to public records and local government ethics. We also met many council people. There had to be 300 people there, mayors. It was a wealth of information and really great linkages made there. And I do have a new fun fact. How many municipalities are there in New Jersey? There's now 564. Pine Valley, population of 21 merged with Pine Hill.
Exciting news.
And that completes my report. Thank
I
you.
will have to change that in my clerk's book.
That's one good first.
I was about to answer 565.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'm gonna read a short prepared statement, just because I want to make sure that this gets included in the minutes. I'll give Eric a copy of that.
Thank
And then I do have a few other things to report on, but my prepared statement falls under the broad category of I want people to know. And specifically, as most of you are aware, there are ongoing disagreements between members of the council. You have witnessed some legal maneuvering by members of the council tonight and in our last 2 meetings. Why all this talk about changes to our ordinances? Why are resolutions tabled, then not revisited in later meetings? Legally speaking, it's complicated, but what is important for people to know is that I will continue to challenge the council to do what is right for Bradley Beach. We must, 1, control spending by positioning the council to be better custodians of taxpayer dollars. 2, provide clarity regarding the length of our professionals' contracts and the authority to begin new projects in order to protect our professionals. 3, give the public at least 72 hours notice so residents who are interested can prepare adequately for council meetings. 4, improve council collaboration when appointing professional services firms like lawyers and engineers that serve the borough. 5, require borough professionals to keep the entire council informed of their project work. And 6, give the entire council authority to authorize the spend on any professional services contracts that exceed a reduced bid threshold. Ultimately, I want people to know that we are a council of 5 equal voices. We should all be guided by state statutes and local ordinances and serve our residents with consistency and transparency. That concludes my formal statement. I am the police department liaison, and Detective Browning provided a very brief report. Since the last meeting, there was one subject that was arrested for driving while intoxicated, also involved in a hit and run. And they subsequently fled that accident, so they were apprehended. I also I met with a resident. This was purely by happenstance, but I met with a resident who shared security camera footage that his personal cameras captured of a theft. And it got me to thinking about our security cameras in the borough. So I actually approached Chief Guida and asked him to help me better understand, how we are structured to maximize our security. The chief, I asked him a week ago, and in that 1 week, he's already provided a report to me, which I plan to share with the mayor. The mayor, you may have already seen it, But it was a really thorough report that the chief put together, giving me scenarios of where our cameras currently exist, where he'd like to see some coverage expanded, and where we might even evaluate private public partnerships with some of the houses of worship. So I thought it was really helpful, and he put that together very quickly. I am a Sylvan Lake Commission liaison, and the Sylvan Lake Commission, just a day or so ago, well, on February 15th, I attended a meeting, and that commission made a motion that was approved, that they then communicated, I believe, to the mayor and our BA, just saying that they are concerned about the safety of our bulkhead on the Bradley Beach side of Sylvan Lake. And they absolutely, they know we're moving forward with repairing it. But their resolution specifically, or their motion specifically said, Bradley Beach, please have your engineers working on the bulkhead collaborate, coordinate with the engineers who are looking at the broader lake restoration project. Because that broader project might have some thoughts about how to best repair the bulkhead so that it matches the restoration plans for having a living shoreline. So anyway, I did not want to read that whole thing, but they did provide that to the mayor and our BA. We, the council, were just notified in the beginning of February that fire and first aid volunteer badges, we have an ordinance that says we fund badges for the fire and first aid volunteers. And we were notified, I think our BA working with our attorney identified that we were violating state statutes. We're not allowed to give those badges out for free to our volunteers. So I'm just letting the world know that that is at least an issue in my mind, and I plan to follow up with our administration and with our council just to see, are there alternatives? I don't even know if we could, but if we wanted to, and if we had the funding for it, could we purchase these badges and give them to these individuals? Perhaps we do nothing, but as it is, they're volunteers, they don't get paid, and to the extent we could recognize them in minor ways, I personally think that's a nice idea. A more significant issue for us, I think, is handicap access in the borough. A handicapped individual approached me who is wheelchair bound and was talking about how we have, and he said we don't have really great handicap access to the beach, shops on Main Street, even this building. And someone earlier tonight made a similar comment. And when we were even talking about handicap lockers at the beach, this individual said, well, where do we go? If you're wheelchair bound, where do you go? You go as far as the Moby Mat takes you, but you can't actually physically get on the beach, the sand. So I thought it was a great question. And this individual opened my eyes to the fact that we probably as a council should look a little bit more at what we can do to enhance handicap access to some of these venues within the borough. I mentioned this on a much smaller scale a few weeks back, because this individual also told me Asbury Park has done some stuff, and Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you've had a chance to reach out yet, but I know you were planning to at least reach out to the mayor in Asbury, because apparently they've done something at the North End Beach to create like beach sand access for the handicap. I don't know what that looks like, but it might be.
Yeah, the mayor of Asbury said the beaches are all the same. I've got a call into his beach manager because he was not aware of any differentiation between beaches. So I am gonna probably go over there with G and meet with, because G knows the beach manager.
And it's some sort of, I've seen a picture of it, it's some sort of Moby Mat construct where they take the Moby Mats out onto more into the sand area that, for us, it would be near the dunes probably. And the Moby Mats go into a T shape, and then they have area where the handicapped individuals can hang out with friends or family, but it's only on one of their beaches. So I just mentioned that as something that, we should probably look into. I do want to welcome our new Shade Tree Commission members. I appreciate the mayor appointing Caroline Davidson and Noel Weinberg. Caroline is a young woman I've met who is super enthusiastic, as Jane mentioned. And Jamie did mention that she also conducted some sort of an inventory of the, what's it called? The
Tree of Heaven, yeah.
And I thought that was her own initiative, right?
Yeah, it was, yeah, she's.
So there's clearly, as you said, a tree nerd and no one better to have on the Shade Tree Commission. And Noel Weinberg, it happens to be an individual that, I just met along the way, campaigning months ago, who said she'd love to be a volunteer. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for appointing both of those women. And then finally, I want to welcome the new probationary firefighters, Edward Hageman and Christopher Sangren, just because I think it's really exciting to see new members coming into our fire department. And they're joining a proud tradition of firemen that have served the borough, volunteer firemen that have served the borough for, I believe, over 80 years. So that concludes my report.
Thank you. Council President.
Yes, so the land use board met on February 16th. They memorialized 5 resolutions. Started hearing an application for the bulk variances for demolition of existing dwelling and construction of a new 2.5-story dwelling on an undersized lot. That conversation has been carried to the next meeting, which is March 16th, right here at 6:30.
Councilman Wood.
Yes, before I give the fire first aid bi-weekly.
I can give that, I'll give that.
Oh, no, I got it right here. Well, I want to also to welcome the probationary firefighters, and congrats to them. Yeah, I mean, I prepared to do this, and I should say, I think that, the firefighters, they really want to have a council liaison, so they've had that for a long time, so they want to keep having that. For the first day for the operational period ending February 22, 2023, the squad responded to 8 day calls and 7 night calls for a total of 15 calls. 11 were for medical, 4 for fire calls. The squad conducted their annual right to know and bloodborne pathogens training together with the members of the fire company. So I'll skip that when I get to the fire company. For the safety and education of the membership, there are no out of town mutual aid requests. The squad required no mutual aid. The squad fulfilled 100% of their assignments for this operational period. For the fire department, for the operational period ending February 22nd, the department responded to 4 requests for the department. They conducted their annual right to know and bloodborne pathogen training along with first aid. And there were no out of town mutual aid requests, and the department requested no mutual aid. Fire department fulfilled 100% of their assignments for the operational period. They're still looking for volunteers, both fire and first aid. They offer free training for qualified individuals. Anyone wishing to volunteer for either can be found on the borough's website. And just as a reminder, these 2 departments have been cooperating for a long time to continue to serve the borough's residents' needs. So along those lines, and following up on what I started last time about the AED, the automatic, wait, was the E stand for? External, automatic, is it external? Right, the D I know. Okay, anyway, so I mentioned last time there's 3 in the school, and I said where they are in the school, but we've since found out there are 2 in the firehouse, and there's 1 in each truck. There is 1 in the rec center, and specifically in the office of the rec center, in the closet in the office in the rec center. There is 1 in each police vehicle, mobile one, right? There's 1 in this building. I don't know if we treat the police building as a separate building. I don't know if there's 1 there and here. There's just 1 in this whole building. No, okay. And then up at the beachfront, there's 1 in the beach vehicle driven by the head lifeguard, Dick Johnson, and there's 1 in the lifeguard headquarters at Lorraine Avenue. So I didn't count them up, but that's a whole bunch of AEDs in the borough. I just read this orally. Maybe we can put it on a map, or we'll put it on the list, or something like that. Maybe there's others. Did there others not appear? Library. That was a big question mark. The library. Are you confirming there's 1 in the library? I think that'd be a good place for 1.
Yeah, we trained the staff a year or so ago.
Okay.
I believe they were trying to purchase 1.
They must have it. Okay, so that was the question mark on that. We'll find that out. But again, we'll lay it all out. Again, I want to thank Linda Duffy because this was her idea. Like we should know where all these things are. It can save somebody's life. For the Fletcher Lake Commission, they are looking at repairing the footbridge. And what we're looking at is having treated wood replacing the wooden footbridge that's there now. They talked about different materials, but they decided on wood, or with the borough DPW, they decided on wood, treated wood. Whenever it starts, it's going to take about a month. I don't have a date when this is going to start. But they also talked about putting a camera on the bridge to deter crime. So interesting what Councilman Gubitosi just said about cameras and whatnot, but I think that Fletcher Lake would like to have a conversation with the police to talk about having a camera on the footbridge. We'll see what's possible there. Again, a camera to deter crime. There are residents that have created an Instagram page called Neighbors of Fletcher Lake. So if you're on Instagram, go follow Neighbors of Fletcher Lake, just posting pretty pictures of the lake. And you know, when I went to their meeting, I went into the Biazzi Center, and honestly, it was one of the few times I've been in there in the last few years, definitely the first time in the better part of the year. And it was interesting to me because it's still a building, you can have a meeting, and they had a meeting, but it's a completely different building now that we've added this space. We've expanded the office space, and it's just different to me. A lot of the stuff that used to be on the wall, the old maps and stuff, it's not there. So it was actually a little bit sad to me. And just since we started talking about the roof, I believe, if I'm remembering right, when we first moved people into that building, the roof did not leak. When we first moved offices into that building, so it has been like 5 years. We've known it's leaking. I should remember finding out that it's leaking, and then like a year and a half later, like finding out that it was still not repaired, and I was just dumbfounded that it had not actually been repaired. But so then, in the interim, we added and we expanded those offices. So that's an interesting decision to me. Again, that didn't come before the council, but I know we got to decide what to do. And I know it's taking a long time, but I mean, I think there's a lot going on there. We really need to decide what's right for the people that work in that building. We've got to decide what's right for the taxpayers, what's right for the town. So I think we will get there, but I just appreciate everybody's patience and their comments and their input to us. And then one last thing, we've got one more anonymous Oprah requested. And what they've requested is all the notes that Councilman Gubatopsy and I have read at council meetings for the last year. So I'm going to offer, since I just read all these notes, do you want them now? You can just get them now. You don't have to Oprah them. Does anybody want them? Does this mean the anonymous Oprah person is not in this room? Okay, well, I offered them up, but we're going to comply with that. But we're back to anonymous Oprah requesters, and that's my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I have a couple of things. Excuse me. Our two outfall repair projects are moving finally. We had a pre-construction meeting with all parties today on the McCabe Ocean Park project. Great participation. I'm very impressed with that team. We're scheduling the Sylvan Lake pre-construction meeting for 2nd of March with the engineering team, Avon, and us. So these infrastructure projects are finally starting to get movement. On the comment on the mayor's wellness campaign, part of the campaign, there's a mental health initiative that's been supported by the Horizon for Foundation of New Jersey. It's offering youth mental health first aid training. It's very exciting, and I'm really gratified that Cynthia Becker, our library program coordinator, is going to attend that. She volunteered to do so. The trainings for adults who work and interact with young people in our community. On the recreation side, Tween Heart Stands took place on February 17th. It was a big success for the 5th through the 8th graders. Had a lot of fun with the DJ, games, pizza, and had a nice evening. Kim, actually, I don't know if we formally mentioned it, but I'll formally mention it, that we did have to exit the Biazzi Center because there was mold found there. But I wanted to mention and recognize a small team that works out of there. The Code and Construction group is there, and they've been there for a while, but our Meals on Wheels group has shifted to the firehouse, which they graciously took, and it really was a great fit. But this team that's headed up by Barbara Anderson, they support 7 area communities each day with a solid breakfast and lunch that they deliver to people that struggle to get out or are housebound. Pre-COVID, they were over 80 meals a day. They're now at 55 Monday through Friday. So really, between the food pantry and this Meals on Wheels team, we're really blessed to have some citizens and volunteers that really make an impact on Monmouth County. So I wanted to just really recognize Barbara and her team. Lorraine Avenue Church, I mentioned this last time, and I'll mention it again. We have a cost to raise the site. We have appraisals in process and hopefully by the next meeting, we'll have those components plus the survey and engineering service study. So we'll have enough data to begin to proceed on that. And that is my report. And with that, I will turn it over to any resident comments. Oh, I'm sorry. I did want to ask Chief Guida. I rarely, I was going to ask actually Kim and Chief Guida if they had any comments they wanted to make. Chief Guida, I wanted to just give you that opportunity if you want to make any comments.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. So briefly, I just want to say that your police department is, the state of your police department is very, very good. We've stabilized the crime index for the last several years. And our solve rates are incredible. I mean, they're just nothing, when something does happen, we're actually solving these crimes very quickly, thanks to our detective bureau and our patrol division. And I just wanted to let you know how good of a police department you really do have. The men and women of my department, your department, are really tremendous, and it's, you really should be proud of it. We've got some real challenges in the area that we're at but they handled it just fine. They really do. So I want to let you know that we're in the process of promotions. We've completed one. There has been a promotion made for captain, and now we're moving on to lieutenants and then subsequently sergeants. So I just want to let you know that I think the PBA, they're also, I think they just ratified today. I don't know if I'm supposed to tell you that. They ratified today their
Didn't know that.
the contract.
Well,
So it should be coming back to the council. So I just want to let you know, you really do have a great.
Great. I would agree with that. Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll go to public comments, 5-minute limit per participant. Any comments? Yes.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums is de novo. When Pine Valley merged with Pine Hill,
Yes.
I hope they kept the name Pine Valley because that's all my children.
Oh my goodness, you're right.
Just throwing in another fun fact.
Yeah, that is a fun fact. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Regarding, again, getting back to the lockers, there was a presentation prior to Mr. Rogers. And it was said that this new program would be best for the elderly. As the elderly, it is not. It also said that to be handicapped, all you needed was a doctor's note. The whole town can get a doctor's note. Handicap means you've got the placard and it matches your ID. Mr. Weber, when you said resident versus non-resident, there's a difference between a resident and a taxpayer. And I think that everyone, including Ms. Greenblatt, who always speaks so eloquently, we need to make that distinction. Because clearly you could be a non-resident, but own your home here. So they should, in my opinion, they should be given the same considerations as a resident, especially since they are less wearing on our infrastructure. I've said this before, but I want to reiterate it more clearly. Oh, actually, before that, Mr. Gubitosi, perhaps the people that share their concerns with you regarding handicap access, perhaps we could purchase more of the beach wheelchairs. Granted, you need somebody to push it, but helpful. I remember I fought for the very first one. So, that's why I'm the elderly. It's been years. I'm so tired of feeling that people take advantage of this town. I don't want to judge nonprofits. That's not my place. Nor do I want to judge well, I love to judge regarding employees and contracts, and my point being, since we're never given a P&L with all these nonprofits that run through our town, or walk through our town, or this or that, some are just pass through, some do have services. You need those facts of the sanitation costs and security costs need to be addressed. I have no idea, because I'm in a tunnel, as to what we spend on all of these things. And maybe we have more to spend and can have more of these events. Maybe we need to cut back. I don't know, but I do know that it's my tax dollar that pays for these services. The same way, I can understand outside events, we don't charge, they're hard to monitor that way. But I don't understand, like, when I use services in Avon, and I do because I use their library, I pay. So it's confusing to me how we have free crosswords and coffee as just an example, and we're not charging people from other communities. If I want to go to an event in any other town, especially an inside event, I'm charged. And it's my pleasure, quite honestly, to support other towns because we're not an island. We need our neighbors. So I'd like to entertain those kinds of thoughts. Again, having some benefit for being a resident of the town. Regarding, is Paul still up there regarding the Biazzi Center? Yes. I hope somebody with all this mold now is protecting the artifacts that are there. That is our history. I realize we're a town that doesn't appreciate history. However, some of us do. And I, for one, would like to be assured that and once again, you know, here we go with the website. I actually located the fact that we have 2 people in charge of communications. And yet the calendar on the website did not state that Monday was a legal holiday and the borough was closed. I don't know if it's that I don't get it or you don't get it. But once again, I feel as if the administration has fallen short. Thank you for your time.
Hi, Linda Dudley, 312 Lincoln. I couldn't wait last time because I was falling asleep as I am over here now. So I would like to publicly thank Chief Gaga for providing us the Detective Wilson and Sergeant Valero for giving an informative talk on scams for our seniors. It was very well received. They loved it, and I noticed their laptops were not really working well. Do they need new laptops? If they do, we need to buy them for them because they really need the work tool to use. I can't even talk. And also, I'm really tired. As far as the Biazzi Center, I'm really for it. Build a second level, put everybody in the house next to the Lorraine Church, revamp that. It won't cost more than 360, in my opinion, unless it's falling down the side, which I have never been in there. Put coding and zoning in there, and when we're all done building, move the historical society there. It's a perfect place for them. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Everyone.
What else? Yes.
Brigitte McGuire, 610 Brinley. I have some concerns I want to address. First, I want to share that over the past few weeks, I've bumped into several town employees. One person I didn't even know was a borough employee. In conversation, it became known that the back pay owed to some individuals, which was mentioned here back in the summer, was never paid out. I recommended they address the administration or even a council member, but they wanted to remain anonymous. And this raises a couple concerns for me. One, should someone report this, do we need to expect a possible audit from the Department of Labor? Two, a fear of communications from our borough employees is very concerning. Next point I want to make is that we have statutes and ordinances in place to protect the public and our money. If there was a $36,000 spend beyond contract amount for a professional, thankfully we have elected officials catching it. And Mayor, you said that could be wrong, but you didn't respond to email communication and decided to say it's wrong here at a public meeting. I'm not sure why you didn't respond to an email over a week to explain that. But we need balanced power overall. If $36,000 was beyond the contractual amount, then we must just follow the rules. It's our money, it's that simple. Next up is regarding how many items we have tabled already this year, causing a possible pileup of work on top of going into budget season. A large concern of mine is that we don't have a communications issue only within the council. We have one as well within the borough overall, if we have employees afraid to ask to be paid for their work. This was very disturbing to hear, and I'm just hoping for some true progress moving forward on this. I will follow up about that payment. Lastly, I want to add that if we didn't yet have a plan with the current DPW lot, as we clarified here today, that it should be part of the large plan, can we not waste time with these presentations until we have it all thought out to present? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no other- we have three online, Julia.
Hello, Julia Rand. I am the chair of the Bradley Beach Arts Council, and I want to say thank you to all of you who came and attended our production of Ellis Island, The Dream of America. And I want to particularly thank Lenny Guida, Chief Guida, for always supplying protection for the Arts Council and the public when we do these events, because it's very important to us and for the community. And I don't know, I think you're all doing a great job, and I think everyone should be happy, and that's the way we should end it, on a happy note. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mahoney.
Hi, Kristen Mahoney, 200 Lorraine. I'd like to, agree with what Brigitte McGuire said. I think before we go ahead and start making plans and thinking about what we're going to do with the recycling yard and the Biazzi Center, and I know we're going to raise the 319 Lorraine, and everybody's hot to make money off those plots of land. We could also examine maybe preserving part of that land for green space or use for the town. But I really think we do need a good plan going forward. As we all know, they're not making any more beach property, and they're not making any more property for this town to use for the municipality. So I think we have to have a great plan going forward, because the people who work here need a good, safe place to work. And, we're very quickly running out of space. And apparently right now we have not much safe space for the people who work in this town to work in. Thank you, Jane, for bringing up the prospect of maybe having the greenhouse being used as a dog park. I would just like to say I have been back there, and I know for a fact there are some UTVs in the greenhouse. So maybe somebody wants to check that out, because there are a couple UTVs sitting in there. So I don't know if we need to get rid of them or see if we can reuse them, but there's some resources sitting in there unless they've been moved since December. That's all I have to say. And I'm going to wrap it up so the other people can talk and we can all go to bed. Thank you.
Paula Shampkin.
Paul Nishampkin, 411.5 Lorraine. I was shocked to hear about the Biazzi Center and the mold situation. This is the first I heard about it. I'm disappointed that the Bradley Beach Historical Society and Museum wasn't formally notified. I have meetings scheduled for there. I'm wondering, is it safe for me to go in to my archives?
Yeah, Paul, we really prioritizing the people in first, and this was just something that happened today, so we planned on getting a hold of you in the next day or so, so we'll be getting a hold of you.
But is it safe for me to go in there now?
We will get a hold of you in the next day or so, because there might be some criteria around that.
Okay, because I have people scheduled to come and meet me inside there tomorrow.
Okay, well, we can shift that meeting for you over to here.
But my archives are there. I need access to my archives.
I will have to get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other hands, no other comments? I actually, I forgot to do this. I want to make a motion, under the resolutions, and I guess it would be 2023, whatever number you make it. Resolution to advertise for bids for a hook lift truck for the DPW department. I forgot to get that into the discussion today. The hook lift truck that we've been.
No, I understand, but why?
Wouldn't you just put the resolution on the next meeting?
Well, we wanted to try to get the bids out for it.
I'll second it. I mean, is it legal for us to do it this way? I'd like to do
Yeah,
it.
it's not on the agenda. I feel really, I mean,
Yeah,
I know this guy, this is funny because, you know, we had this big discussion about is that.
Yeah, no,
disgusting, is that legal?
Well, the business administrator brought it forward and asked me if I make a motion. I think it was more around the timing. If we want to wait till the next meeting, we'll wait till the next meeting. We'll just take till the next meeting. So
We'll make a motion, to put it on next meeting agenda.
no, we'll just put it on the agenda. We don't need to do that. Okay, then I will make a motion to go into executive session, resolution 2023-82.
Sorry, Mayor.
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes, thank you all for hanging in there tonight and have a good evening.
See when we come out, everybody.
Right there.
Have a good night.
I was doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay.